Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We are going to begin on day 2 of the Regional Business and Biodiversity Forum. My name is Brad Nelson. I am a Senior Project Manager at Endangered Wildlife Trust and Chair of the Global Partnership for Business and Biodiversity. And I want to welcome you on behalf of the convening partners of this forum, that being the UN Secretariat for the Convention of Biological Diversity, South African Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, South African National Biodiversity Institute, and the Endangered Wildlife Trust. And we are very grateful to the support of Ipieca, the Nature Conservancy, and the IUCN, who have made this event possible. I'd like to just start with, and for everyone here in the room, and welcome to those online as well. For those in the room, just to walk through the evacuation procedure in case of any event, or fire or any other emergency, please note that there is a door to my left, your right, and at the back, please, those are the exits. The bathroom would be to your left, behind the tea and coffee station. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a break at it's 11 o'clock, but also if you do need, there will be tea and coffee and snacks served. So if you want to make your way quietly to get there during the session, you are more than welcome to. Please may I ask that you leave your cell phones on silent throughout the event, particularly just the disruption for some of the online participants as well. You're welcome to take a call outside. We do have a charging station at the back with should you need to charge. In that case, I would like to formally welcome, I think in absence, haven't seen Deputy Director General Flora Mokhogala, CEO of SANBI, Shonasani Munzenzedzi. I'd also welcome, and I would like to welcome some of our international delegates that are joining, particularly Kule Chitebo from Zimbabwe and Boniface Shemwazi from Malawi. We also have speakers that have come from Rome, Julie Safford. Thank you so much. Julie Belanger, apologies. Thank you so much. There were also others yesterday. And to all government representatives, traditional leaders, community leaders, leaders and representatives of industry and business. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you a very warm welcome. All protocols observed. I'd like to jump straight into it. First, I also just want to, particularly to our online participants, thank you for taking part in lively discussion online as well on the chat. Please feel free to continue using that chat. We will also respond to you on there as much as possible, and we'll always try and direct your questions to the panelists. In that case, we are going to start with our first panel for today, which is and I just want to get the name of this correct, it's our spotlight session on the forestry and agricultural sector. Just give me a second here. As we say, it's on mainstreaming of biodiversity into agriculture and forestry sector. And I'm going to ask our moderator, Ntumbizi Nzamande, Assistant Director from SANBI, to please come up, and he will welcome the panelists. Thank you all.
Good morning. What's going on? Was there too much business yesterday? Okay, I'm going to start again. Good morning. Good morning this side. How are we doing today? But that good is very lazy. Are you sure you're good, or you just want to how are we doing today? Okay. That's great, that's great. As introduced, I am Toby Sinzimande. I come from this South African National Biodiversity Institute, and today I'll be moderating this session on agriculture and forestry. I think with the happenings of the world, it puts agriculture specifically at a very interesting point, because no matter how much we fight with each other and throw things at each other that explode, we're still gonna need the food. even those that are pressing buttons are going to require the food. So these people who provide the food to us need to be supported in every manner to be able to provide this food for us consistently, right? That's no matter what you think about the food. You need the food, right? So before I carry on, I just want to introduce our panelists today. Okay, I saw a couple of guys here and a couple of guys this side, but I'll start with Brett Cochran. So Brett Cochran is from Mondi, and he'll be joining us online, and is the manager of certification and environment. Since he's online, he won't be coming up. And then I'd like to follow up with Viam Haddad, who's the systems ecologist at ZZ2. May you please come up? And then we have Jane Maloney, I hope I got that right, from Business Unity South Africa, and is the lead on biodiversity. I saw Jane earlier on. Oh, she's joining online. Okay, not Jane. It's Julie that I saw. My apologies, Julie. Julie Bellinger from FAO is the Natural Resources Officer. Thank you very much, Julie. You can take either or. Thank you so much. So to set the scene and set the tone for our session today, would like to invite Brent Cochran to deliver a presentation, and then I'll be posing some guiding questions to our panelists, and that will be the layout for our session for this morning. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Brent to take us away. Thank you.
First of all, my apologies for not being able to make it and join you guys in person, but it is an opportunity and a privilege for us as Mondi to be represented at this forum, and not just ourselves, but also to be representing members of the forestry sector and associated industries. So, and a very good morning to everybody and to the convening parties and partners. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And yeah, I look forward to the interactions. So I'm just going to take everybody on a little bit of a journey, and we're just going to be speaking about who we are as Mondi, but more importantly, what lessons we have learned from mainstreaming biodiversity in our forestry operations. And this title slide, cover slide, just tells the story in its own right. Here we have what you would like to call forestry production landscapes, where we've got tree crops in the form of eucalyptus or pine species that are planted in a very similar way to agriculture, planted very purposely with commercial interests. And we are essentially have turned some parts or most parts of our land holdings from ecological value into economic value. But at the same time, we have these set aside areas or conservation areas on our land holdings, which I'll unpack a bit further. And we've got around about 25% of our land holdings, roughly 60,000 hectares of about 250,000 hectares of land holdings that are set aside for conservation one way or another, whether they're grasslands or wetlands. There's a myriad of species, some of which you can see there, and I'll speak to some of those a bit more. But this is the context into which I'm talking. So I'll take us briefly through who we are as Mondi and our sustainability approach, and how we've mainstreamed biodiversity at a policy level within the organization. And then speak about our actual biodiversity management approach and try and make it as tangible as possible for everybody, and then try and draw some lessons out from our mainstreaming. So who we are as Mondi, we're a group of companies globally involved in pulp packaging and paper production. But in South Africa, we actually are fully integrated across the forestry, pulp packaging and paper value chain, where as I said, we've got around 253,000 hectares of land holdings in South Africa. We are producing this raw material, this fiber that's important for producing everything from our pulp and through to some end products like our kraftliner and office paper. But we do have a number of other customers that we supply to that would be involved in producing other end products as well. Just and how we deal with sustainability. And for us, Mondi and our sustainability journey has been a long one. And you're going to hear this theme a little bit later, that in forestry, our journey has been a long one when it comes to mainstreaming biodiversity. We're not speaking into a vacuum here. We're speaking into a sector who's been on a journey individually as landowners and as corporates and as medium-sized growers that have been on a journey for 30 plus years with regard to how we consider biodiversity on our land holdings and mainstream biodiversity into our forestry operations. But for us as Mondi, we are very focused on our, in terms of the Mondi way, on our purpose, culture, and strategy. And very much our strapline there is that we are sustainable by design. And that is two elements. One is we are purposeful and intentional about sustainability at every part of our journey and every part of our value chain. But you're also sustainable by design in terms of the end products going to market. And so we're not just dealing with biodiversity as part of our sustainability, which you would see on the right-hand diagram in the taking action on climate, where biodiversity and water and greenhouse gas emissions and other sort of components of sustainability are taken care of. But we're very much interested in how we are working with our staff and our contractors and with the communities that live on and adjacent to our land holdings, our stakeholders, and how we're making sure that they are empowered as part of our business journey and our business sustainability journey. And then we focus very much on circular driven solutions in terms of the end packaging and paper solutions, where sustainability is really around the circular economy and preventing or reducing waste as much as possible. So very much a big focus for us on sustainability, going all the way from our purpose through our business strategy, where we really see sustainability at the core of our business strategy, into what we call our MAP 2030 commitments on the right-hand side, which is our global sustainability commitments and how those are played out at a local level. But if I had to then bring us back to forestry, which is really the focus for us today, I've got a couple of slides here showing you some forestry landscapes. This is up in southern Mpumalanga, where we've got this amazing matrix of commercial stands of timber or tree crops, as well as our conservation areas on the ground, whether they're rocky outcrops or wetlands or grasslands. This is a landscape image from the Midlands, what we call the KwaZulu-Natal Midlands. You can see a combination of indigenous forests and grasslands in the foreground on the right-hand side, going into our forestry land holdings in the middle background, and a range of conservation corridors and networks with a range of biodiversity values and ecosystems and species that are represented in our forestry land holdings. And this is then going down to our coastal Zululand land holdings. This is up close to Kwambanambi, north of Richards Bay. And here we have these amazing coastal grassland and wetland ecosystems with woodlands that are characteristic of that region, together and side by side with our commercial land holdings. And then finally, another picture back into the Midlands. Here you see in pine plantations with a matrix of conservation areas and commercial compartments. And very briefly, I just want to take you through what we look at in these land holdings when we understand biodiversity. So we first and foremost understand it from a freshwater perspective, and we try and really get a handle on where are the wetlands and rivers and what are the state of those wetlands and rivers on our land holdings as ecosystems. We also put a focus very much on forests and grasslands on our land holdings. These are the predominant ecosystems, grasslands and wetlands, with a few forest patches around, and very much take an interest in which species there are existing on our land holdings. And we either do that through flora and fauna specialists who come and do surveys on our land holdings, or we use citizen science tools such as the iNaturalist app, which I'll speak to briefly a bit later. But we do have a number of management aspects that we look at proactively. One is delineation is the first yellow box that came up in relation to the wetlands and rivers. And here we are looking to manage for setbacks of the commercial stands of timber away from these very sensitive and very important freshwater ecosystems, using independent external specialists to do that and to guide us in our management and our monitoring and our set-asides. And there's an agreed approach there, using best science, using guidelines that have been published by government to understand how to make sure that our commercial stands are respecting these delineation areas. And just a note here on the journey that we've been on as Forestry is that we actually voluntarily committed for plantations that were established before 1998. We voluntarily committed as a sector to systematically delineate our commercial stands of timber away from these wetlands and creating buffers between the wetlands and the commercial stands as per the science and best practice. For areas that we weren't legally required to do so. And this has been our journey for the last 20 years as Mondi and as the sector, and really making a significant difference to the integrity of these wetlands and river ecosystems on our land holdings. The other aspect that we obviously manage is not just, if you look here, not just the commercial stands in terms of where they're located, but we're also very much interested in how we're managing these commercial areas and the road networks that are on our land holdings to reduce or minimize the impacts from these commercial operations activities on sensitive ecosystems, whether they're wetlands, rivers, or other. And then the other aspects that we're managing are also some of the ecological processes that come at us in different ways. So one of which is fire, where, as you would know, grasslands are very much fire climax and climate climax ecosystems. And fire is a really critical component here, but not just fire. We're also trying to manage our relationship with communities that live on adjacent to our land holdings that would like to use our land holdings for livestock grazing. And we allow them to do that under permits and under specific stocking rates, but we do have to manage and monitor these livestock within those stocking rates and to make sure that we are maintaining the ecological integrity of these land holdings while bringing community benefits and socioeconomic benefits locally. But then a big risk, as we would all know in the bottom right towards the Mondi logo, is invasive alien plant management. And our story here with regard to invasive alien plant management is also a long history where from 2010 onwards, we have been monitoring and managing invasive alien plants, not just eucalyptus and pine species, but we know that there are 20 to 30 major species that we work with that do invade our grasslands and our forest ecosystems. And we are on a continuous improvement program of using external independent specialists to come and evaluate every single conservation area on our land holding once a year to understand what is the status of those invasive alien plants, what are the dominant, subdominant weeds, and how do we then direct the management and prioritize management to improve our management performance around invasive alien plants as well. But not only that, in terms of what we're doing internally, in terms of how biodiversity is being mainstreamed at an operational level on the ground and not just at a policy level, we're very much focused on partnerships with critical conservation organizations. And the first one that I want to highlight here is the bottom middle is the Stellenbosch University and our Mondi Ecological Networks program. This has been a partnership that was established in 2007 formally, with some informal engagement before then. And the focus of this partnership has really been predominantly on understanding what design and management criteria are critical for maintaining biodiversity on our land holdings that are a similar quality and a similar composition and structure as that in nearby nature reserves, whether it's government or private nature reserves that are set aside directly. So this is all around the conservation corridors or conservation areas on our land holdings. And this program has really been able to come up with really significant insights into what are the design criteria, so the width of the corridors, the connectivity of the corridors, on our land holdings, the connectivity of the corridors into the surrounding landscapes with other landowners, but also the management quality issues that are needed to maintain or enhance biodiversity in our land holdings. And again, making a significant difference in how we mainstreaming and how effective we are at mainstreaming biodiversity into our forestry management. The other partnership I want to highlight here is our WWF Mondi partnership. We've had a long-standing partnership, and you'll see the logo just under the WWF logo there. It may not be clear on your side, the Mondi Wetlands Program logo. We established a relationship with WWF and the Mondi Wetlands Program way back in the year 2000. And I just want to emphasize again, this is a long-standing journey for us, biodiversity management. And this tells a story with these conservation partnerships and the trust and transparency that comes as a result of working for a long period of time with recognized, independent, objective conservation partners who are given the freedom to speak directly to us and speak openly with us about where they think we're doing well, where the challenges are, and how we work with them to find solutions. And this wetlands management program that we were invested in with WWF from 2000 to 2013 really helped the wetlands community or practice to establish themselves in the country. Our contribution to that, it helped to get the Working for Wetlands program going and a number of other achievements that came as a result of that. And you can find more information in the 25-year celebration booklet, handbook that actually came out in 2017. That's available on the WWF website. But the partnership has continued to grow from there into water stewardship at a catchment level, working in strategic water source areas with WWF and where our land holdings are located. And now more recently, we're moving into biodiversity stewardship. And understanding how to secure biodiversity important areas on our land holdings using various biodiversity stewardship tools, including the new emerging concept of other effective conservation measures, or OECMs. And then just to finish off this slide and to close out this part of the presentation, just want to highlight our more recent partnership with the Endangered Wildlife Trust. Been working with them for the last 4 or 5 years to understand how to apply the biological diversity protocol, which has been developed by EWT with a couple of external specialists. And this tool helps us to take all of our biodiversity data that we've collected through the years, whether wetlands data, rivers data, delineation, grasslands, forest, fire, livestock, invasive alien plant or species data. How do we make sense of that through a scoring tool that is able to then feedback directly to management, and how we can direct management on every single conservation area on our land holding, but also then get us ready for reporting and disclosure requirements. And so a big shout out to the partnership there with the Endangered Wildlife Trust and where we're going. So then just to highlight the one other learning and journey we've been on, which has been also more recently, this is the results of the iNaturalist tool, the citizen science tool that's been applied to our land holdings. The map on the left is essentially where the species sightings have been on our land holdings. You can get a feel for the geographic spread across sort of roughly 28 Machina and Rutherford vegetation types across sort of 3 eco-regions in KwaZulu-Natal and southern Mpumalanga. But yeah, we've been citizen science with Mondi staff, with Mondi contractors, and also stakeholders that have an interest in what's happening on our land holdings that come on and use the iNaturalist app. We've been able to identify 2,145 species, and these are research grade confirmed species, not just your unverified species sightings or observations. The 2,100 odd species that have been identified in our land holdings. And here you can see the power of citizen science that becomes yet another data set that we can work with, feedback through a tool like the Biological Diversity Protocol, and we can see a story emerging about biodiversity value. So just to close off with a couple of lessons from our biodiversity journey to help set the scene. I think we've, hearing the theme of this conference, we know globally, in South Africa, at a local level, nature is vital to all of us, whether it's our businesses, whether it's our quality of life. And we are all directly or indirectly dependent on nature, but we also have impacts on nature when our operations are not well designed and well managed. And so we really are on a journey of discovering what it means to work together collaboratively at a local level, not just at a policy level and not in lesson sharing platforms, but where the real issue is on the ground. As forestry and agriculture, we do recognize that biodiversity is a lot more tangible than for others in the value chain, whether you're consumer goods companies or financial sectors. But the value chain, as a result, needs to recognize that where the raw materials are being produced, where the food is being produced, we need to recognize that forestry and agriculture's biodiversity is not just our responsibility as the raw material producers, but in the value chain, you've got a direct and vested interest in what is happening with that biodiversity on the ground. And so let's look at how we can journey together to help make sure that that unit of biodiversity, whether it's a hectare of ecosystems or a population or species, that we are invested together to make sure that we are managing for that accordingly. Another key lesson is leadership from the top and ownership from the bottom. We have to have policy direction from our boards, from our executive teams. There's got to be ownership there and leadership from the top and setting direction, but we do need ownership from the bottom so that within a company like ours as Mondi, we have our biodiversity performance owned by all. Another part of our mainstreaming lessons it's been a journey. So we've been on a long journey, as you could see. Whatever we're speaking about today in this conference over the last 2 days doesn't happen in a vacuum. We have been on a long journey and we're on a continuous improvement journey. So our recommendation to others that are starting out in their journey, get started. Start at the basics. Don't over design it up front. Key thing is to capture what you're doing already and then agree on a continuous improvement journey from there. Generally, we know what to do and how to do it. We just need the will and the resourcing to get on the journey and to start doing it well at scale. Another critical lesson is to set science-based, stretching, continuous improvement conservation targets. What's critical here isn't the hectares that we set aside. It's the condition of those hectares and the condition speaking about ecological integrity or ecosystem integrity, as well as composition and structure. A really critical part, as you saw earlier, with our partnerships with Stellenbosch University, WWF, and the Endangered Wildlife Trust, that we must have mutually beneficial conservation partnerships. When they're based on trust and transparency, which you build up over time, they really do drive improved biodiversity performance in our company over time. And last couple of key points is we can only manage what we measure and monitor. And so the important there is to balance monitoring and measurement tools that are scientifically based, but also cost effective. As you know, that's a big issue for us and trying to get that balance right. Primary data is critical, and so we cannot only work with modeled or secondary data. We have to have data that's drawn from the ground, from actual field surveys that we're doing, that we keep doing on a repetitive basis using agreed methodology, so that we can then take action accordingly for the actual biodiversity unit on the ground. Resourcing is a challenge, but one thing that we've learned over time is about leveraging resources through different mechanisms. And if there's an opportunity later in the Q&A, we can speak about our lessons we learned through DFFE's land use incentive scheme and what a significant difference that made for our invasive alien plant management on our land holdings and in the regions we located. The biological diversity tool, a biological diversity protocol is critical. The biodiversity index scoring tool has made a massive difference for us to understand how to draw together disparate sets of data into an integrated index score for every single conservation area in our land holding, and that will drive a big focus back into biodiversity management direction going forward. So conservation science and practical management should be our focus. And a point I'm doing here is not a pushback at reporting and disclosure frameworks. We must just be careful that reporting and disclosure frameworks don't be the tail that wags the dog. If we do conservation science and practical management well, we will be reporting and disclosure ready. Reporting and disclosure frameworks must allow for a continuous improvement journey. We've got to be able to set us on the journey together, because there are a number of players in our sectors that aren't on this journey yet, and we've got to give the space for the reporting and disclosure frameworks to allow for that. And then just a last note on accounting tools, which I'll leave for now because we've run out of time. Many thanks for the opportunity to help set the scene. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Brent, and I think that's a very good setting of the scene, because it covers a lot of the questions I would like to ask my panelists here today. And going straight from what Brent has shared with us, I'd like to start with Viam from ZZ2. So Brent has shared with us in various forms how biodiversity is integrated into the functioning of Mondi. So from a ZZ2 perspective, are you able to share with us how biodiversity is at the core of business, looking at corporate level, looking at the value chain, and down at the practice level on your properties? Thanks.
Sure, thanks. Morning, everyone. Thanks for that, Brent. I think us as a farming business, our journey is very similar to the forestry. We work very closely to the land. We are exposed to the climate, to biodiversity, ups and downs. So we are really close to nature. That's in our business. Just a short, brief introduction to ZZ2. We grow about half of South Africa's tomato crop annually. We also grow quite a lot of avos. We're about the second biggest grower of avocados. And most of this is in Limpopo province, a wonderful, biodiverse and exciting province in the South African context. More than 70% of our land holdings is wild. It's natural. It's not cultivated. So farmers are actually very big custodians of biodiversity, and it's not their core business. About 6% of the Messina and Rutherford vegetation types are represented on ZZ2 properties. So there's a large chunk of diversity that we're the custodians of, and it's not our core business. So we take cognizance of this, and we realize that there's a big responsibility that farmers or managers of land, like foresters as well, has towards our national and international biodiversity assets. So just that as context, on an operational level, as I mentioned, it's well understood, but there's positive and negative bits to biodiversity. So biodiversity is the bee that pollinates your crop, but it's also the pest organism that comes and eats it. So we're constantly in this funny position that sometimes the biodiversity is not in your favor. But then you learn how to manage it, and you learn to adapt to the cycles of nature, and you learn to work with nature, because you can't fight it. So on an operational level, it's integrated, and there's lots of techniques and lots of names. They speak of regenerative agriculture. We've got our own terminology, ways to go with pest cycles, IPM, integrated pest management. There's various techniques, and we can speak more in detail on that if you want. On a value chain perspective, I think it really depends on the crop. Some of the high-value export crops, like avos and citrus, they get a lot of pressure from the markets to have a lot of effort on biodiversity. On the other side of the spectrum, if you do big row crops, there's no brand identity. It goes into a massive silo. So those farmers are not always incentivized. So I think it's not even across the industry to what extent biodiversity reporting and transparency towards the market is a driver. And on a corporate level, just a note from ZZ2's side, I think this is maybe on a bit of a philosophical level. Biodiversity is interesting, but the way biodiversity relates with itself is also interesting. It's a complex adaptive system. And our corporate culture and our structures, we've modeled on natural ecosystems, and it helps you to remain adaptive, and it helps you to remain innovative. and it helps you to remain resilient in a very fast-changing environment. So more than just counting species and looking after the land, I think there's a lot of lessons for us as business people to take from biodiversity and the way biodiversity organizes itself.
Okay, thank you very much, Vian. So it's very interesting to see how that relationship between biodiversity and your company persists. It's often very good, but sometimes it has its challenges, as you say. But most importantly, you find a way of managing each other, if I can put it like that, because it's not just a one-way management. So I would like to move over to the FAO. And there are some global trends, and I'd just like to see from your perspective as a FAO, what are the global trends in mainstreaming biodiversity into agriculture? And could you share any examples of what can be replicated in Africa, including the SADC region?
Thank you very much for the invitation and for this question. So my name is Julie Béranger. I'm with the Biodiversity Mainstreaming Unit of FAO, which is located in the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment. And FAO's mandate is, of course, achieving food security and nutrition for all. And we are working across agri-food systems, so food system, agriculture, fishery, forestry, and aquaculture. So I'll focus on forestry and agriculture today. Maybe just before I start on the global trends, a few points on biodiversity mainstreaming. So in 2019, FAO, the 195 member countries of FAO negotiated and agreed on a strategy to mainstream biodiversity across agriculture sector. And this strategy, and there's an action plan as well that is aligned to the targets of the KMGBF, they guide our work with countries on biodiversity, on metrics, standards, resource mobilization, on indicators, evidence, etc. So we work through 130 decentralized offices in countries, mostly so working directly with governments and in general with ministries of agriculture, fishery, forestry, etc. So why is it important to mainstream biodiversity in agriculture and forestry? Well, we talked about dependencies yesterday, we heard this morning as well. The agri-food systems, they depend on biodiversity. We heard a few examples. It can be for pollination, for example. We know 75% of crops depend in part on pollination. It can be on the availability of adapted genetic resources, on soil health, on water, etc. But it's also interesting to think about the other way. And we heard about this for forestry this morning with 2,000 species that were seen in the forest holding. We know also that 17% of the species that are assessed on the red list depend on agriculture for their habitat. So the dependencies, in a way, is both-sided. There's also impact, of course. We are well aware of the impact, the negative impacts of agriculture on biodiversity. For example, our latest forest resource assessment shows that 10 million hectares of forests are lost every year. The rate of loss is decreasing, thankfully. And there are some examples of countries, for example, South Africa, where net gains are observed, actually. So there are positive impacts. There can be positive impact from sustainable agriculture and forestry. We heard some example with previous speakers. Creation of diversity at genetic level, for example, restoration, set-asides, etc. And I'd like to just mention briefly that in NBSAPs, countries are increasingly recognizing the risks to agriculture from biodiversity loss. So we've looked at all the NBSAPs that have been revised and published. And for African countries, NBSAP, 68% of NBSAP recognize explicitly that the loss of biodiversity poses a risk to their agri-food systems, in particular through reduced yield and productivity, rising pests and disease and invasive species, and reduced resilience and adaptability, capacity to adapt to future conditions. So in FAO, our approach is to focus on agri-food solutions to biodiversity, climate, food security and nutrition, and to facilitate the engagement of agri-food stakeholders in biodiversity process. So in terms of trends, first trends in how biodiversity is mainstream in forestry and agriculture. So we see that biodiversity is increasingly integrated in agri-food policies. There's no one key report that shows this evidence, but several analyses and our work with countries show that agricultural policies increasingly align with biodiversity commitments and biodiversity consideration. And the reverse is also interesting, not the reverse, but it's also interesting to see how agriculture is integrated in biodiversity commitment. So for example, as I mentioned earlier, we analyzed NBSAPs. So NBSAPs contain national targets that are to be implemented by various actions. So we looked at all these actions, so 13,000 actions, and assessed one by one how they were related to agri-food systems. And globally, it's 36% of all these actions that target agri-food system. In Africa, it's 38%, so a little bit higher. So what does it mean? It means that for countries to implement their NBSAP is done through actions that are within the realm of agri-food systems. So that highlights again the very strong relationship. Then a second trend is that biodiversity-friendly practices are increasing. So we don't have data for all biodiversity-friendly practices, but we know that organic agriculture is increasing. We know that integrated landscape management, sustainable forest management, several of the techniques and practices that we've heard from the previous speakers are more and more used, integrated pest control, etc. OECM's set-asides, wildlife corridor, approaches to addressing human-wildlife conflicts. These are approaches that are more and more applied. And these practices are also increasingly enabled by, for example, payment for ecosystem services, certifications, digital monitoring, geospatial platforms, and a range of other financial and technical enablers. And finally, in forestry in particular, according to the latest forest resource assessment just published, there's a shift away from strictly production forest management, as we heard again in the previous examples. So overall, 29% of total forest area globally is managed primarily to produce wood and non-wood forest product. But there's also 12% of the world's forests that are managed primarily for biodiversity conservation. And it's interesting to note that Africa leads globally with around 20% of of forest areas that are dedicated to biodiversity. So that's protected areas, but not only, also in the commercial holdings. And it's also interesting to note that Africa is dedicated 40% of forests to multiple use forest, which can include also biodiversity conservation. So there are gaps, of course, a lot more could be done, certifications can improve, payment for ecosystem services, other enablers need to be made available to producers and to smallholder farmers, subsistence farmers, etc. So in terms of an example, I'd just like to mention that a policy example comes from a project that we are managing in FAO on mainstreaming biodiversity across agriculture sector to implement the KMGBF. So with Laos, Madagascar, and Uganda, we developed and applied a methodology to assess policies for their level of mainstreaming of biodiversity, and through various stakeholder approach, design roadmaps to implement these recommendations in practice up to 2030. So in Madagascar, this roadmap was developed in collaboration with the Ministries of Environment, Forestry, Fisheries, and Agriculture, 3 ministries. And it shows that this agenda is not just an environment agenda, it's really a cross-cutting agenda. So the methodology will be published soon, so there are opportunities to scale out to other countries, and would be happy to discuss this further if you're interested. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Julie. So we are slowly seeing a trend of a change in the systems approach in agriculture, from Mondi to ZZ2, and now from a regional perspective with the FAO. There seems to be a cross-understanding that agriculture and the environment have a very strong relationship that must be considered going forward. So I'd just like to turn our attention to Business Unity South Africa, just taking from what has come out of FAO. And then looking at these trends again and focusing on your overall impression on how biodiversity has been incorporated in business in South Africa specifically. So which areas do you see South African advancing the most, and which areas do you think there's still some room for improvement in the South African space? Over to you, Jane.
Thanks very much, Ntobisi, and thank you all 3 of you for fantastic information and presentations. First of all, from a BUSA perspective, Business Unity South Africa is a very broad church. They are a multi-sectoral organization, so our members are mostly associations and organizations that in turn represent businesses. So everything from Minerals Council, textile, dyeing, finishing, and that's obviously relating to textiles, not to actually dyeing. Yeah, the whole cross section. So I think that from a Business Unity South Africa perspective, we are actually doing incredibly well in South Africa. Obviously, you have that diversity from your smaller companies right the way through to your transnational companies. And Brent talked about a journey. Our journey as Business Unity South Africa in biodiversity started in 2023 when we were invited to go with DFFE to France to see what they were doing. Some of you may also remember that there was this infrastructure, nature-related risks and opportunities in South Africa. And SANBI at the time coined the phrase, your infrastructure ecosystems. And we discovered that actually 80% of our exports as manufacturers are totally dependent on groundwater, as an example. So that was the first eye-opening moment for us. What we then did was we put together a questionnaire, and we have undertaken to do that every single year, where we asked targeted questions to the different sectors. And obviously forestry and forest products were pretty impressive with the extent to which they had embraced biodiversity. The agriculture guys, they were the second highest when it came to actually responding to the questionnaire. But surprising, chemicals are making great strides when it comes to starting that biodiversity journey. And what they have actually done is CAIA, the Chemical and Allied Industry Association, have integrated these questions that we ask at BUSA into their responsible care questionnaire. So I think that we are actually seeing a great deal of progress made. From a collaborative perspective, a number of years ago, there were also the GEF projects, which assisted in mainstreaming biodiversity in forestry, agriculture, and mining. And if you have a look at Forestry South Africa's website, there's a plethora of guidelines, all sorts of things that relate directly to that. So yeah, I would say that business is doing a pretty good job, and that collaboration is what is so important. To BC, the other area is where we do a lot of reporting already. And so it's going to be very important going forward that we don't duplicate. If we could harness all of that reporting that we already give, whether it's related to our impacts on air, what happens with waste, with water, with land, across all of those, business does do a great deal of reporting. Does that answer the question sufficiently? I don't want to take more than my 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, I'm the moderator, so it's sufficient for me. So if there are any outstanding questions, we'll hear it from the House. But thank you very much. I think it was very useful for me to hear from that. And I think we have to segue from that last point. You speak about reporting and the various reporting standards. And I'd just like to ask across the board, I think we have just enough time for this one final question. What tools or guidelines or standards have we found most useful to assist with the mainstreaming and incorporation of biodiversity into your business function or your regulatory function as an institution across the board? So I haven't heard from Brent in a while, so maybe let's start with Brent if you have anything to add on this question, and then we can head over to Vian, then Julie, then Jane. Thanks, Brent.
Thanks very much for the question there. And yeah, so the tools guidelines, James referred to the fact that in the forestry sector, we've had the environmental management guidelines. The first set were established in 2002, and that's been updated over time. We've had the benefit of being FSC certified, Forestry Stewardship Council certified since 1997, and that has driven best practice for us from a conservation and overall sustainability perspective. And then, as I said earlier, the collaboration with the NGO partners and academic institutions has helped to understand what is good science and good practice out there, and how would we apply that effectively to our land holdings. As I said earlier in my presentation, if we just do the basics of conservation science and practice well, that the information is available out there. It's not that we don't know what to do. The information is clear. It's just getting the right people in the room to actually get you on the journey and going for it. And that could be in your big sort of global handouts and things, but actually right here in South Africa, we've got a lot of well-capacitated institutions, NGOs, government, and others that can help landowners on the ground get a handle on what biodiversity management actually looks like in practice, tangible and real for the small grower, for the medium grower, for the large corporates. So yeah, in summary, there's a range of tools and things out there, but get into conversations with the right people, find out what works for you best. That would be getting you on the journey or helping you in your next step of your journey on this continuous improvement drive. Hope that helps.
Thank you very much. That really helps, Brent. We got an idea of what has been useful for yourselves. Viam?
Thanks. I think in terms of frameworks, it's a very diverse landscape, agriculture. The frameworks depend on what crop you're growing, in which biome you're operating, if it's livestock or plants. So I think the frameworks is dynamic. It's evolving the whole time between the market and the producer and regulators. I'm not too worried about the frameworks. What I do want to highlight is the foundational biodiversity science that underpins everything. And that's That's a function that private sector cannot do. That has to be with the state and universities. That's things like basic taxonomy, reference collections at SANBI, at the ARC, at universities. It's good taxonomies, good baseline studies. That function is critical. Without that, and I think in South Africa we're very privileged with having really good foundational biodiversity science. And if we don't support that enough, the frameworks doesn't really help if you don't have the foundational data. So I think that's very important. And we found that very enabling in our journey to be able to work with SANBI and universities and understand the biodiversity that's on our properties. And I have one last thought, if I may share it now, or if there's going to be closing remarks. Okay, I'm very optimistic about the opportunities that biodiversity holds in for us. The term of nature-based solutions in the agriculture space is huge. Yesterday I was at a workshop hosted by SABU, the South African Bioproducts Organization, and they had a long session about EPNs. I don't know if any of you have heard about EPNs. Entomopathogenic nematodes. It's little microscopic worms that eat insects. And there's a host of local species that some researchers at Stellenbosch and Free State University have identified, described, studied the life cycle, and they're actually macerating these things to release into the fields as a pest control mechanism. So the opportunities for us to leverage our wonderful biodiversity assets to bring about nature-based solutions, innovate in our agricultural sector, and also create small businesses. Because this guy that did this, he can start a business and do really well. So I think there's a lot of wonderful opportunities that lie for us in our biodiversity space. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Julie, from a regional perspective?
Thank you. I'll take it from a global perspective in terms of tools. So there was a slide that was shown earlier, maybe you could see. After the adoption of the KMGBF, to avoid starting from scratch, we assess all the resources, the methodologies, the guidelines, the standards, indicators, learning tools that we had in FAO to see whether they were useful to address some of the targets of the KMGBF. So with that, we developed the Biodiversity Knowledge Hub, which is on the FAO Biodiversity website. It compiles over 550 resources, each of them assigned to one or more targets of the KMGBF and addressed to various types of stakeholders, government, it can be researcher, government representative, it can be businesses, etc. So the kind of, and it's interesting to see that it really covers all the 23 targets of the KMGBF. So agriculture, again, is a very cross-cutting topic. Resources that you will find there can be from the very basic awareness raising, for example, as FAO, we try to connect, to translate those biodiversity decisions and concepts into agricultural sectors for our audience, the Ministries of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries. So we just released an e-learning course to set the basics, an introduction to biodiversity and agri-food systems. So this is one kind of resource. Other are very specialized. They can be guides to help small and medium enterprise with multiple forest use management. It can be standards for conservation or sustainable use of plant, forest, aquatic, animal genetic resource. That can be very important for restoration efforts, for example, to ensure that you have the right stocks to have native and mixed restoration efforts. So there's a range of resources. It's difficult to pinpoint one or more, but I would like to invite you to have a look and to please contact us for any support, any question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Julie. And Jane, may you please indulge us before we close out?
Thank you. I see it's 10:01, so I'll speak very quickly. I think that there's a plethora of tools, but a tool is only a tool. So one of the big concerns is what exactly is mainstreaming? You know, we talk about the whole of society and the whole of government, but it's a lot of lip service. The techie and the tar, the implementation is what is so important. So a lot of tools tend to look at the historical impact of land use on biodiversity, and they don't actually look at how to mainstream biodiversity in existing land uses. What am I actually saying? I'm saying if you look at, for example, a wheat field, it's been impacted by biodiversity, and they'll look at how it impacted it when it was converted from natural vegetation to that wheat field. They won't look at how to manage that wheat field now to minimize the impact on biodiversity. And I think that that is something that is very, very important. With my other hat on, my PAMSA hat, we're busy developing something and we're excited about it. What's very important for all tools is that they need to be able to work together, and they also need to be accessible. For what Brent said earlier, from your very small guy to your very big guy. They can't be just difficult for everybody. So yeah, that's my 2 cents worth. We need to work together, and I won't take any more of your time.
Thank you so much, Jane. I'm guessing your 2 cents is from the early 1800s because it's quite heavy and it made the punch. So I think we've gotten an idea that a community of practice is important for mainstreaming. We discuss mainstreaming in our offices and we're always discussing community of practice, but it's interesting to hear the very same sentiments coming from agriculture, speaking about the usefulness of the reporting standards and how they contribute to mainstreaming biodiversity into business. We also heard about the large biodiversity land holdings within agriculture. And I think that is something very important for us to recognize, and how can we work together going forward, because if ZZ2 has such important biodiversity in its holding, it can assist the country in reporting on how amazing biodiversity we have. And then obviously there's an insistence on the tools, not just the infrastructure availability of the tools, but the availability of the information, interpreting the data that's in there, making it useful for the current management that is required. And with that said, I would like to thank my panelists very much for taking the time to come and indulge this audience today. And I would like to thank you for your ears, and MC, thank you for your time, and back to you. Oh, okay, the MC is allowing me privilege of questioning. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, MC. So I've been given the privilege of asking another round of questions. So panelists, are we amicable to that? Another round of questions? Okay, so they're amicable to that. From the audience. Okay, my apologies. Questions from the audience. I almost gave my panelists too much time. Okay, so I see questions online. Are there any questions on the floor? I see one at the back. Okay, so let's start with online questions and then we'll get to the lady at the back. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. I've got 2 here. One is directed at Brent, but I thought it would be good to put it out there and then he can respond for the benefit of the room. And then the other one will be directed at Julie. So first one, Brent. Are there perhaps any specific insights or lessons learned with regards to community-based agreements linked to natural resource management and or cooperative governance models at landscape scale by involving neighboring landowners, community and tribal authorities? Before Brent answers, I think I should just read the second one to Julie so you can answer at around about the same time. So this question is with regards to the FAO analysis that you mentioned, and to the extent to which agriculture is integrated into the NBSAPs. So the question is, could you please say a little more about the scope of that work, in particular, whether it focused on the new GBF and on the new GPBF aligned NBSAP, or drew more broadly on the earlier generations on the NBSAPs as well. I ask because the distinction seems important for understanding both the current baseline and where further effort may still be needed to strengthen the integration of agriculture into biodiversity strategies and implementation processes. If the study or related findings are publicly available, I would also be grateful if you could share. Thank you.
Okay, do you want me to come in on the first one?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the great question, Martin. So just to highlight that anything collaborative agreements and natural resource use arrangements with communities, neighbors, traditional authorities really forms part of what we call our stakeholder engagement program. And I've got a whole another presentation and session. I could just speak about the incredible value that our stakeholder engagement program is delivering on the ground in socioeconomic sort of benefits. We see in capacity building, we see in education, early childhood development, we mobile clinics supported into local communities. We have self-help groups, SME development, food security as a focus. But within that, we do have what we call multiple resource use or natural resource use opportunities given on our land holdings, where through a structured permit system, where we've got collaborative engagement already well established with communities that live on or adjacent to our land holdings through what we're calling community engagement forums. And we have community engagement plans to go with that, where we ask them, working with them to say, what are the priorities for our engagement for the next couple of years? And then we roll out these various programs, including natural resource use. And so we've got a very clear strategy, we've got very clear protocols for resource use, whether it's livestock management, firewood harvesting, and hammer harvesting, whatever it might be that is of interest to each local community in their context. We work with them to make sure it's sustainable, it's within the sustainable limits of use, but as opportunities that are given for them to come and utilize natural resources on our land holdings. And then on the cooperative government models, there's two that stand out. One is a big focus for us is obviously on the land claim or land restitution process. We've had several land claims settled on our land holdings, with a whole lot more that are pending. And the model that we've worked with there, with government, with the Regional Land Claims Commissioner, is a model of a buyback and lease. So what happens is the government is able to afford to buy the land, but not the standing timber on the land. There's a 20-year agreement that is set in place in that process with the new landowners through the form of a community trust or a CPA, Community Property Association. We then work with that CPA and the trust to build capacity in them, that over a period of time they would be positioned to take over the management of that land holding that is now theirs, with all of the timber on it. And when we also obviously rolling out a series of community engagement programs with them around education, health, food security in the process. And then the last one on cooperative government models is really around our small grower development programs. So working with traditional authority structures and with people in those traditional authority areas that are adjacent to our land holdings, is where are the opportunities for small grower development and how we help them get access to markets once they've get the right quality and production of timber again on their land holdings. So just, yeah, some examples.
Thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you very much for the question. To start, yes, the analysis that we conducted is on the revised NBSAP, so those that have been revised and submitted to the CBD after the adoption of the KMGBF. We have not yet conducted a comparison with previous NBSAPs. It's in the plans. What we've done so far is develop a very extensive methodology working with experts in all the various sectors of agri-food system to develop classification and really a framework to screen NBSAPs for their linkages with agri-food system. So both the methodology and the results we hope to publish by Biodiversity Day, 22 May. That's our objective. So currently not yet available. But yeah, I hope this answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. So then we had one question on the floor, two questions on the floor. I think we'll take, okay, the third one. That'll be the last one before the MC says I'm abusing my time here. So we'll take those three questions and then we'll round it off. Thanks.
Good morning. I asked the question yesterday and I realized I didn't introduce myself. So today I don't want to make the same mistake. My name is Kamretse Mosenohi. I recently completed my honors in environmental management and I'm currently volunteering here in SANBI at the Environmental Education Center. So my question is twofold. As someone who is currently navigating the job application processes, I've realized that some sectors, mostly public sectors, they still require physical application submissions. So that increases the waste, our waste obviously, and it affects the biodiversity. So my question from a biodiversity and sustainable perspective is that how can organizations transition towards more environmental responsible systems? Then the second part of the question is about business that are fully integrated across the paper value chain. How are they adapting to the digitalization? Because some people, they do apply using emails. I think the question is mostly for the Mondi company, also as ZZ2 and FAO. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so how are we minimizing our paper trail?
Yes,
And
for the physical applications,
Right.
it reduces the waste, obviously.
Right.
And then how do companies manage that? Because, for example, like DFFE recently advertised the internships where you have an option of physically submitting or submitting through an email. So provided that there will be people who are going there to physically submit their applications, it means those papers, they become a waste at the end of the day. And then for the companies that use emails, digital, where you have to apply online, it means now the paper is not used. Then that means the companies that produce papers, I don't know if it's a loss or it's a shortfall, yes, but how do they tackle that? Thank you.
Okay, I get you now. So two questions. One is how do you manage the waste coming in from CVs specifically? And secondly, if for the companies that have gone paperless, what is the impact on your paper usage? And that might also go specifically to Mondi, if I'm getting you right. Okay. Panelists, do you want me to take more questions because we have two more? Or are you wanting to address this one first? Two more. Okay. Anne-Marie.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rifan Hauser from the Wildlife Conservation Society. I have a question for Vian and for Brent. What I'd like to know is what are you doing about capacity building? How are you going about your capacity building internally within the organization, so from senior, down to staff and contractors? And how are you building the capacity of your peers, through industry collaborations or so? And what have you found to be most effective? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Amri, just to get it correct, that's directed to Brent, right? Anybody?
Brent and Vian.
Brent and Vian, okay. Sir.
Thank you so much, moderator. I think my question perhaps is best directed to Judy, and you've already provided great insights in your intervention, but maybe just to spice it up a little bit, I'll bring the aspect of AI, good and bad, or good or bad. It's here, and it's here probably to stay. Could you perhaps maybe have one or two examples of great usage of AI in the agricultural space to foster biodiversity conservation, restoration, or what have you, just to spice up the great information that you've already shared? Thanks.
Okay. Could we start with you, Julie, and then we'll tackle the two questions later? Thanks.
Thank you very much. So maybe just as a quick response, in FAO, it's fully 100% digital, especially in headquarters. So we are not printing publication anymore, application process, everything, all communications are done through email, through newsletters, through digital means. So that's for the first question. In terms of AI, so there are more and more technologies that are developed that can be applied, for example, with species identification, land use mapping using satellite tools, and AI, for example, or in terms of, well, we are testing AI tools with this analysis I mentioned for NBSAPs. It's not perfect at all. We really rely on expert judgment that is still the most important, but we're training tools to help us accelerate and tackle more information. Hopefully this is what will help us to compare older NBSAPs with the newer one, for example. And then there are all the technical applications, for example, with precision agriculture, using drones that are managed with AI, etc. But it's important also to know that we need to be very conscious about the climate impact of any AI use. So every time we embark on a project, developing technologies, innovation, etc., first it's an assessment of what will be the footprint. Is it worth it? Are there options to reduce the impact? It's very, very important, and it will become even more important. We see the share of emissions, they're changing now. Agriculture is less and less the bigger share of emission, and AI is, I think it was 7% already this year in 2025. Thank you. I hope it answers the question.
Thank you. Sorry, Viam, if you don't mind, I just want to start online, and then we can end off with you, if that's okay. Jane and Brent, would you like to contribute? I see Brent on the screen. You may go ahead.
Okay. Great question on the paper side. I'm going to let Jane handle most of that. Just my input on the paper side. The first thing is in terms of waste, obviously paper is a reusable, recyclable product. So we've got to keep that in mind every time, and obviously all of our processes of engagements, and Jane will speak to this from PAMS's perspective. I think the second part on paper, there's been less paper used because we're more in a digital age. I think it is a great question. Obviously our business is adapting, but I just want to emphasize here, not all paper is bad and not all paper is good. And it's actually really important that you look at the credentials, those in the procurement systems in government, procurement systems in private sector. Don't just buy any paper that's a cheap import. Have a look at the credentials. Is it FSC certified? Does it meet the quality, the grade? And most importantly, buy South Africa, buy local. Our paper in South Africa from ourselves and other companies is high quality paper, more than meeting the requirements for what we need. And it obviously creates jobs, maintains jobs. And we know it comes with the credentials of sustainability. A lot of our cheap imports do not have any tracking or traceability around sustainability. So just to emphasize that if you are going to use paper, or when you're going to use paper, look for what is important to use, and it comes from the right sources with the right credentials. And that's where you can look at FSC and other certification for that. On the capacity building question, and then Jane can come back on the paper one again. On the capacity building question, Amre, good to see you again, been a long time. Yeah, so on the capacity building, I answered a question on the chat about this. What we actually do is a lot of our capacity building isn't formal, but it's actually on the ground field-based capacity building. So we actually do annual feedback workshops on each of the biodiversity monitoring assessments that we do, whether it's our wetlands assessments, our fall condition assessments, our invasive alien plant management assessments, or whatever, species assessments. We spend time in field with the operations staff, with the contractors that do work with us, and we take them through what are the assessments telling us, and in the process we're able to sort of give the space for them to start understanding what is biodiversity, why is it important to us in our business, and where is it meaningful and material to them in their individual areas of responsibility. And then in the process, the citizen science tool, Our Naturalist, has been an incredible capacity building tool, again, more informally, because it just makes people aware, gets them engaged with the biodiversity that's actually on the ground, and they're actually able to start identifying, with the Our Naturalist tool, start identifying what species they've seen, and actually bring that into a data set, and then we reflect that back to them on a quarterly, 6-monthly annual basis on what their sightings are showing us. So that's our approach to capacity building. And then from an industry perspective, there's ongoing interactions through Forestry South Africa. We've got the Environmental Management Committee that works as a collaborative engagement. We've got the relationship between Forestry South Africa and PAMSA and BUSA, and opportunities to share lessons with each other and to obviously look what is the emerging science telling us, what is the emerging best practice, and how we could distribute that and actually take it through our structures, either in coordinated structured processes or more informally. Hope that helps.
Does too, Brent. Thank you. And Jane, do you have any contributions on these questions?
Okay, just quickly, I have put a great deal in the chat for those of you. So yes, there is a decline in use of paper, but digital is not necessarily greener, especially in a country where 80% of your energy is coming from coal. Every time you fire up that laptop, you fire up that thing to look at a long document, you are using energy and you are having emissions. Now the emissions, as a sector, we report all of our emissions, whether it's from 1 teaspoon of fertilizer, we report all our emissions. We have a reporting tool for our smallholder farmers so that they can also report their emissions, and we look at how much carbon we store. That carbon is, the CO2 is taken out the atmosphere and it is stored in paper. Maybe not for a long time, but we also collect 1.1 million tons of paper every year, and that HL1 paper, that waste, goes to toilet tissue. So you can't recycle toilet tissue, but you can recycle A4 copier paper. And Brent was spot on. Local is lacquer. We have 149,000 jobs, from planting trees right the way through to recycling. And that is what is very, very important in this country. So, yeah, we got a little bit off the track from biodiversity. So my closing final remark would be that we need a circular, biodiverse bioeconomy. And agriculture and forestry are the foundations of that bioeconomy. We can make so many products from agriculture and forestry, and the contribution of the bioeconomy is essential. So yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Jane. And over to you, Vian.
Thanks. Maybe you start with a question on the paper. The office paper we've also fully digitized, but I think our biggest use of paper is actually packaging material. The office paper is negligibly small, so we're a big customer of Modipack. Lots of yellow boxes, you might have seen them around. And that's a bit of an intractable problem because you want to move away from a single-use packaging material, but the customer demands it, the logistics chain requires it. So I think there's quite a bit of innovation and thinking that still needs to go into these supply chains that require these inputs. Luckily, the ZZ2 box, I've seen them get second lives at many places. You find them being used for other things. So it's not just to transport that tomato one way. But yes, there's lots of room for circular economy there. On the capacity building, I think to answer your question, the first thing is the Oracle of Delphi, know thyself. What capacity do you want to build? We are an agriculture company, we're very good farmers, and we've got systems and processes in place to build capacity around that with the agri-citas and so on. When it comes to biodiversity, knowledge and expertise, it's difficult to maintain a lot of in-house capacity if it's not your core business. And there, the answer for us has been lots of partnerships. And we work with a lot of experts and smart people that are specialists in the field of biodiversity. For example, the EWT, we've got a project with them on the Western Sub-Ansberg. We work closely. Our most recent collaboration was signed with the Conservation Ecology Research Unit here at the University of Pretoria. And we invite experts and people to come and do surveys on the property. So I think capacity doesn't always need to be internal. There is a lot of capacity around, and let's work together around that. So maybe on that, I would also just like to thank the conveners of this session today for bringing people together, because sessions like this does help to build capacity and build relationships and build bridges. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much, Viam. It's very difficult to bid adieu to the stage and still want to dance again. But I see there's a burning question from Ndidi here. I will entertain. It's just the one. I see it's very burning, so I will.
It's a very short one. Sorry, and I'm so glad I'm here, and I'm so glad I'm listening, because so much of what you've said actually links to the real economy. Because one of the problems with standard setting is you get stuck in the standards. Well, I've heard so much about job creation, and of course, part of that is part of preserving biodiversity, right? Because if there are no jobs, then you have to, or innovation, that is. So my question is, do you think it's realistic actually to put in metrics like job creation as part of the standard setting for nature, say in agriculture, or is that just completely out of the mark? And how realistic is it as we move into standard setting and simplification thereof to actually build that link between standards and reporting and the real economy and growing it?
Indeed, he wants us to stay here for another couple of days. So very important question, because we have arguments about what is food security, and someone will say, if I give people on my farm jobs, that is also contributing to food security. But the question wasn't asked to me, it was asked to the panelists. So I will start maybe with Vian, if you have any contributions to that, and then we'll go to Julie, and then Brent and Jane online.
I think it's a very insightful question, and if we can maybe go a little bit philosophical on this. Yes, it should, but it shouldn't be job creation. It should be career creation. Because the economy is changing, we're getting smarter, we have more tools like AI. You shouldn't just have a guy with a spade doing something and now you've succeeded. You should create a career. That guy that started with a spade should be able to have upward mobility and do something for the rest of his life and keep growing and keep being challenged. And if you look at the economy from where it started, when we started thinking about economy, it's based on biodiversity. We're all locked into this planet at this stage. We'll see what they do at SpaceX. But anyway, it's all based on the biodiversity and how we work with it. And farms and forestry, it's all novel ecosystems or agro-ecosystems. We take the principles of nature and we get a certain output that we want to achieve. And to do that, there's jobs, there's careers, there's people applying their minds. So yes, I think so, but it's going to require some careful thinking not to set a target too close. You need to set the target really far so that it's aspirational.
This is a very good question and very good elements that we just heard. I think it's very relevant because job creation, it's also rural vitality. And to have vibrant rural communities, that also helps with supporting biodiversity, supporting sustainable agriculture, etc. I was reading about South Africa. The part of GDP attributable to agriculture is, I think, 2.5%. But if you take the whole value chain and all the economy that builds around, it's more between 10 and 15%. So it's very significant. Now, how much of it is sustainable, is positive to biodiversity is another question. But the scale is very important. So how those metrics could be integrated in disclosure. Not sure how this could be done, but definitely relevant, and that could also go beyond businesses to really help communities.
Okay, thanks. Let's hear from Jane. Do you have any contributions on the job creation element?
Yeah, definitely. If you look at South Africa's white paper, it actually talks, your second goal on sustainable use is to ensure that sustainable use enhances thriving, living land and seascapes and ecosystems, livelihoods and human well-being, while avoiding, minimizing or remedying adverse impacts on biodiversity. So it aligns with the Kunming biodiversity, with that big agreement that we all signed. From our perspective, we do create jobs. How you actually incorporate it is by never ever losing sight of people, prosperity and planet. You have to have those three legs in anything. How you're going to measure it is another story.
Thank you so much, Jane. Brent?
Yeah, great question, and I think it's an interesting one as well, to come in building on what Jane was inputting on there. I think the key thing is the interconnectedness of everything here. We know that the point I was making earlier is that without nature, we won't have a business. And without the water resources, without the soil resource, without the pollinators, we don't have a forestry business. The same in agriculture. And it's the same with communities. Without a sustainable and vibrant and resilient society in the form of communities that are living on or adjacent to our landholdings in the context we're in, we will not have a business, and we won't have biodiversity outputs or outcomes that we want. And so it's an interesting balancing act on this one, and it's a tightrope to walk at times. But just to build on Vian's point, it's not just about job creation, it's about empowerment. And a lot of our stakeholder engagement programs is about how do we empower people, whether it's directly in the forestry business or whether it's in the natural resource related fields or whether it's in food security, but how are they being empowered to come up with strategies and solutions themselves that make them resilient and sustainable and able to have food security and an income that is benefiting. They're getting their own children to university, tertiary education, etc. How is that possible? How is that feasible? Because we do not have enough jobs in the forestry sector to meet the needs in local rural communities. The job creation element is there. It's the same with agriculture. There's a massive demand for jobs in the rural local communities. So then the question is, how do we look at empowerment? How do we look at people being empowered to develop and grow SMMEs and get them going based on what they have available to themselves in that context? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Brent. And I see my MC is starting to side-eye me here. But I think it's very clear to see that there is a dependency of the sector on biodiversity. In South Africa specifically, 70% of water usage belongs to the sector. Not just water, as we've seen, there's a use of the natural vegetation through the land holdings. But there's also a management that can be applied by the sector. We've seen from the forestry sector, there's a two across in the global space and in the business space, so there's a management that can be applied there. And we've just introduced the element of jobs that can be provided. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, people with jobs stress the environment less, because we've seen in many cases, people who are desperate often then directly access the environment, and we have degradation. So there's almost a loop developing there. I think there is a way of closing it to see these dependencies, but I can see that there's a clear and very strong relationship between biodiversity and agriculture in terms of the functioning, in terms of the land holding, and in terms of the reporting that can be done. So I think there's a lot of conversations that we can have going forward from here. and I'm looking forward to having these. And with that said, thank you very much for your indulgence in this session.
Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had one job, and that was to keep this on time, and I failed miserably at that, but I am also incredibly happy because I think that was one of the most engaging conversations and fantastic questions that came out of the session. I think it's really going to also segue quite well into the next session, which is our panel discussion on innovative finance mechanisms. Just it's the linking this as the job creation, as we say this. How do we link real sort of untap that finance, the economic opportunities, and link them back to the real tangible opportunities that we've seen being discussed now previously. So without further ado for now, and I just want to also just announce there is going to be a slight change to the agenda because of this. We will now be doing lunch at 1 o'clock and have our closing sessions after that at 2. Apologies if that has disrupted anyone's plans. I just would also like to give further breathing room for additional conversation and questions in these important discussions. So, Ntakazeni Chizada, the director at SANBI, one of our directors, dear colleague, I'd like to welcome her on stage, and she's going to welcome the panel.
Thank you so much, Brett. And a very good morning to everyone. I'm just impressed with the fact that the room is still full at this hour. And I just want to also take an opportunity to welcome the panelists. The session is about sustainable finance solution, and I'm happy to see the senior management of SANBI here, my COO, my CEO, and the member of the leadership. My chief director is also in the midst. I feel so honored at this point. So let me just indicate that, colleagues, it has been all about the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and I'm coming again with another target, the target 19 on resource mobilization, where it requires parties to significantly increase domestic resource mobilization facilitated by the preparation of the Biodiversity Finance Plan, which is a national plan that will assist us in terms of the mobilization of resources. And it says that we need to mobilize resources from all sources, which include the private sector, and that needs to be done through leveraging of private financing, by promoting blended finance. I think today's conversation in the morning also laid some ground where it shows how blended finance can also achieve a positive biodiversity outlook for the country. We need to also encourage private sector to also invest in biodiversity, stimulating innovative finance solutions through payment of ecosystems, green bonds, biodiversity offset. We heard a lot about it yesterday, biodiversity credits and benefit sharing with environmental safeguards. Without further ado, this session will also look at exploring innovative and diverse financial mechanisms that support mainstreaming of biodiversity. It will also assist us, colleagues, to gain understanding of practical ways to access those financial mechanism. It will also assist in terms of identifying gaps in the current financial mechanisms to mobilize resources, and also will encourage us to think outside the box and discuss the possible ways of unlocking biodiversity finance. With that, I've got Ms. Jessica Smith from the UNEP-FI, who is online. And also allow me, as Ms. Deshni Pillay is standing up and coming to the podium, who's the head of Nature, Climate and Energy Portfolio at UNEP, and she's also assisting South Africa with the Biofin program. Ms. Pillay, please join me, and then allow me to also invite my dear friend, Ms. Moho, who's a climate finance specialist from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Ms. Moho, please come to the fore. And I've had a very special guest who's very dear to my heart, let me introduce her as Dr. Nosipho Sevilla Zulu. She used to be our intern at the department, DDG. She started with a portfolio on GMO, climate change, and now she's with the UNPRI, which is the Principles for Responsible Investment. And online, we've got Ms. Louise Stafford, who's the country director from the Nature Conservancy. Can I get a show of hand that my two online speakers there? Oh, okay. All right. With that, please be welcomed and feel comfortable and share your experiences. Can I please then allow to kickstart this conversation? We will take a video presentation from Ms. Jessica Smith from UNEP FI. All right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Smith. I lead work on nature at the UNEP Finance Initiative based in Geneva. We have around 500 members from banking, insurance, and investment industries. Thank you so much for including me in this conversation today. I am genuinely sorry that I can't be with you in person. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Cape Town with colleagues from SANBI, from the University of Cape Town, FSD Africa, and other partners, convening the African Natural Capital Alliance Nature Executive Fellows. And the fellows, after I left, went on to the Kirstenbosch Gardens managed by SANBI. My own connections to this region run deep. So I've previously lived in Namibia, Botswana, Eswatini, and South Africa. I'm also a graduate and a current PhD student at the University of Cape Town, researching private finance for community-led natural resource management. And I'm very excited to be here with you today with both those hats on. And the question I really want us to think about is, what does nature finance actually mean for the SADC region specifically? So starting with the why nature matters for finance, more than half of global GDP, around $58 trillion, is moderately or highly dependent on nature. Effectively, we can say that all of our economy is based on nature in some way or another. Every single one of the 163 sectors that has been assessed has some portion of its value chain highly dependent on natural systems. So for a financial institution, that translates into 4 very real risk channels. So that's physical risks to asset values as ecosystems degrade, transition risks as economies and regulations shift, liability risks, and systemic risks that can cascade across an entire financial system. Some recent event studies have shown that firms who are actively managing biodiversity risk exposure generated meaningfully higher returns in the stock market around major biodiversity policy events than those that didn't. So the CBD negotiations are actually influencing the market to a measurable degree. The business case for nature and natural capital across all kinds of sectors and in the capital markets is very well established. So around the world, and I have to shout out that many of the lead banks and insurers include African institutions. Banks are beginning to integrate nature risk into their credit risk framework. So assessing portfolio dependencies on ecosystems alongside more traditional thinking about financial risk. They're using tools like our Encore tool, exploring natural capital opportunities, risk, and exposure, to map those dependencies systematically. Insurers are starting to adjust underwriting and pricing to reflect nature-related exposures and developing new products to de-risk investments in restoration and conservation. Investors are adopting frameworks like TNFD, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures recommendations, and UNIPFI was there as a co-founder and helping to bring this to market. They're using the TNFD and evolving regulatory frameworks to assess and disclose nature-related risks across their entire portfolios. So Southern Africa, with its beautiful biodiversity, incredible intact nature, and some endemic nature, such as the fynbos ecosystem, is a very exciting place where we have incredible nature, but also a very strong financial sector, with Johannesburg as a major financial center for the world. So South Africa is already well positioned. Its national treasury has a green finance taxonomy. The South African Reserve Bank has climate risk guidance. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange has sustainability disclosure aligned with international standards. And natural capital work being done by Stats SA, for example, Cape Town at city level, and SANBI's biodiversity assessments are all really important pieces. Botswana's stock exchange was the first to require TNFD disclosure. And we see, for example, Zambia has a really active biodiversity finance, or BioFin, program led by UNDP, with a biodiversity finance plan identifying over 30 finance solutions for the national context. So all this work is actually very foundational, and we need, for example, data layers to make sure that we can make nature-related disclosures meaningful and track the impact of nature finance products effectively. 3 transaction models I think are directly replicable across the SADC region. I want to mention that we have a project called Revenues for Nature that publishes playbooks for governments who are looking to bring private revenue for nature. I will mention 3 of the transaction models that we have documented that are available in a playbook. So the first playbook is on African wildlife, and we will be producing a follow-up that actually focuses on community-led measures timed for COP this year. But the one that relates to state protected areas, the Rhino Bond, is $150 million USD outcome-based conservation bond that links investor returns to verified black rhino population growth in South Africa, and the Global Environment Facility is the outcome pair. So this outcomes bond approach, so it could be applied to any kind of species or ecosystem. So it could be coral reefs, chimpanzees, watershed, anything at all, could be considered in the outcomes bond mechanism. The second is the Fisheries Improvement Funds, and these are using volume-based fees from supply chain companies to fund fishery improvement projects. So currently about $500 million to $1 billion USD of investment has been identified for SADC fisheries alone. And this model, which we describe in our playbook, is very easy to scale, or ready to scale. Then from Brazil, the Living Amazonia mechanism. This has the company Natura as an off-taker. This is a blended finance instrument combining concessional credit with long-term technical assistance for smallholder cooperatives, generating revenues from forest products. So there is a 0 default rate in its pilot, and the principles such as anchoring with an off-taker, channeling concessional capital, or affordable capital, we could call it, to community producers, combining finance with technical support, could translate directly to Southern African community-led conservation. I'm thinking of some of the marula nut off-taking, for example, from central Namibia as an example, and community forestry landscapes. So there are tools out there that could be better deployed in the region, or could be scaled. For example, the Rhino Bond, is active and proven in the region as an approach. Across all of these models, the critical missing piece is that funding is often isolated and focusing really on kind of one-off projects that never really reach the needed scale. So what the SADC region needs is the same kind of infrastructure that is being built in other parts of the world, to take promising models from pilot to scale, to be supporting great ideas and initiatives with the kind of affordable capital that covers upfront costs and crowds in private capital. There's a lot that can be done to scale existing private sector partnerships. So the joint venture model has been proven very effective. I just want to thank you again for having me. I'm sorry that I can't participate in the discussion today. I look forward to continuing the conversation. I'm happy to share any resources beyond what I've mentioned today. And if there's any way that the UNEP Finance Initiative or the Revenues for Nature project can support your work, I look forward to hearing with you and following up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me just turn quickly to my panelists that are present here, and then I will round off with Louise that is also online. Ms. Pillay, South Africa just finalized the development of its biodiversity expenditure report, and one of the outcome of this report is that our finance gap is growing, and that undermines our capability to conserve and to sustainably use our biodiversity. And through the Biofuel Initiative, UNDP has supported government, including South Africa, in assessing their biodiversity finance gap, as well as now we are in the process of developing our finance plan, of which UNDP is also supporting, including through the biodiversity expenditure taking. From your experience, what are the most effective strategies for aligning public budgets, policies, and incentives to mobilize resources for biodiversity at a scale?
Okay, thank you very much, Ntaka, for the question, and really great to be here to participate in this panel. So I think I'm going to start with 3 strategies that has worked quite well in the UNDP, and of course, taking the examples from the Biofin initiative that's been implemented in, I think, about 140 countries, and it's been going on for, South Africa's implementing the 3rd phase. And of course, you've already mentioned the various us coming to develop the biodiversity finance plan. I'll get to that, but I think the 3 core strategies is really looking at institutionalizing biodiversity expenditure, tagging and evidence-based decision-making and budgeting. And I'll give you an example of how we've done that in South Africa later. The second strategy, really reforming incentives and policy levers to shift public and private sector behavior. And then thirdly, strengthening coordination between finance, environment, and the economic sectors. And through the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, we have a whole host of biodiversity finance solutions. And different countries are implementing different solutions. In South Africa, we've identified at least 15 biodiversity finance solutions, and then various finance solutions are being implemented at various scales. And we have worked very closely with National Treasury, the DFFE, SANBI, SANParks in supporting the sector in developing these biodiversity finance solutions. So to just focus on the first one, and you've already mentioned the biodiversity expenditure review, the financial needs analysis, and the policy and institutional review. Now, those 3 kind of building blocks are the products that will actually feed into the biodiversity finance plan. And one really looks at the Biodiversity Finance Plan not as another strategy or another plan. It's really, if you really start tracing how it fits into the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, it's the financing strategy, financing plan for the NBSAP. And that's why the Biodiversity Finance Plan actually is so important. And we really, if you think about this morning session, looking at mainstreaming into the various sectors, that's what the Biodiversity Finance Plan is meant to do. It's not just looking at the biodiversity sector, pulling its information and its funds together. It's really looking at how do we get the other sectors to start bringing their activities and contributing to biodiversity and to biodiversity mainstreaming. So I think if we look at the three kind of strategies that the BioFin, we can learn from the BioFin initiative and how it's been implemented in the various countries. Looking forward to South Africa, we've got two new really great solutions that we will be implementing with DBSA, the Biodiversity Finance Facility. And that's really looking at bringing public sector, private sector funds together and looking at how does this facility really look at reducing that biodiversity gap. You rightly mentioned that it's increasing, but I think the time is now. And having the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, it's with us, it pushes us to look at how do the various sectors, how do the various players and strategic partners come together in reducing this gap. And then lastly, another solution that we will be implementing in this new phase of BioFin is the Sustainable Finance Initiative, and this work we'll be implementing with National Treasury. It's been approved at global level, BioFin Global, and we really will be looking at how do we bring the financial sector into contributing to biodiversity. The UNDP has also put quite a lot of effort and into capacity building. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we held the TNFD training together with the TNFD, and yeah, that's really looking at how we get the private sector to start reporting and using the tools available. And then we also have, besides the TNFD training, ESG training, and really looking at how the financial sector can start re-looking at nature as a new asset class. And we've done quite a lot of training with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, really starting to look at nature as an asset. So yeah, that's some of the work that we've been doing at UNDP, and specifically through the BioFin initiative. But there's a lot of other mechanisms that we're promoting through BioFin, and that is looking at de-risking and looking at the various tools that we can provide to the private sector so that they can invest in biodiversity. So yeah, I'll pause here. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think in our next iteration of the biodiversity expenditure report, we will be able to effectively tag the expenditures from the private sector with that relationship that BioFin is building there. With that, and thank you so much, Dash, for that. Let me turn to Ms. Mataba, and so that you can just share some of the innovative blended instrument that DBSA is currently using or exploring to mobilize private capital towards investment that gives positive impact on biodiversity, and how do these instruments working in practice?
Thank you very much, Ndaka, for the question, and good morning, everyone. My name is Mogo Mataba. I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. So maybe before I answer the question, let me just briefly highlight how traditional instruments, financial instruments, work and why they're not suitable for biodiversity projects. So traditional financial instruments such as loans and equity finance, they are premised on the understanding that future cash flows will be generated through the project in order to repay the investment that is being made today. So in light of that, there has been predictive models that have been developed and practiced for different industries in the past, and obviously developed and advanced over time to an extent where now we are able to predict with a certain level of precision and accuracy how a certain project will perform, and hence be able to project the cash flows that we'll be able to generate in the future. And then with that information, then I'm able to make my investment today. So when it comes to biodiversity, I think the challenge is that there are a lot of unknowns. I think most of the speakers from the previous panel, from this morning and also from yesterday, they indicated the complexity that you deal with when you talk about biodiversity projects. There are a lot of moving parts, literally and figuratively. There are a lot of things within a given biosphere, for example, which make it difficult to model and to be able to predict how a biodiversity project will perform, or how it will perform in the future. So that really makes those predictive models to become complex to build, and over and above that, the measurability of this kind of projects are very complex. I think Jane from the previous panel also highlighted that it's very difficult to measure. So you find that in most of the biodiversity projects at the moment, when you look at outcome-based bonds, as an example, instead of measuring how an entire ecosystem or how an entire biosphere performs, you will pick one parameter to track with the understanding that when that particular parameter improves, the entire biosphere will be rehabilitated or it will improve in order to reduce that level of complexity, over and above the fact that our climate is constantly changing, and so it makes all of those predictions that you need very, very complex. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So this means that with the traditional financial instruments not being suitable for biodiversity projects, we need to come up with innovative financial mechanisms in order to support biodiversity. Nature takes its time. No one can control nature. Therefore, you need financial instruments that are patient and that are malleable, that will be able to work with nature and behave with nature, because traditional instruments are very structured and very rigid, and if it's a loan, it must be repaid within a given period of time. But when it comes to biodiversity, you have to really work with nature and how it behaves. So you really need that level of flexibility. And over and above that, maybe just to highlight that the global financial architecture, for example, it's premised on risk, right? So risk spectrum. So you have got different types of lenders across the spectrum with a certain risk limits within which they must operate. They cannot veer outside of those risk limits. So at the top, as an example, you'll have your pension funds who are more risk averse, and then you have commercial banks, and then you have venture capital firms, and then at the far end, you've got philanthropists and donors who are comfortable with the idea of their funding not coming back to them. They give grants. But now the challenge is the bigger part of the spectrum comprises of investors that expect returns, that have got mandate from their shareholders who need their money back. But the public funds that provide grants and are more risk-seeking, who are more amenable to support biodiversity projects. That's a very, very small percentage. And hence, there's a need for us to now come up with instruments that will help attract the whole bunch of lenders across the spectrum to be able to partner with the more risk-seeking lenders at the far end of the spectrum. So our role as a DFI, we see ourselves as a convener. So we are at the center, we are a convener. We've got strong relations with the governments in countries where we operate. We've got a good understanding of the environments where we operate. We know the needs that we need to address. We've got strong relationships with the commercial banks who co-lend with us, and we also are able to work with communities. So we're really at the center. So we have a mandate to now bring everyone together and also translate the language, because lenders speak a different language to the language that is spoken by the communities and the project developers. So we need to come at the center and translate the language and ensure that we develop programs that are now impactful with everyone on board. So with coming specifically to the DBSA and how we help design innovative programs, financial instruments to help unlock the potential that sits within our nature and our natural resources. The DBSA is accredited with the Global Environment Facility. We are accredited with the Green Climate Fund. We also have affiliations with many other climate financiers such as IKI, UK Pact, and others. So through these partnerships, we are able to mobilize concessional funds. We are able to mobilize grants that we then blend with our own resources in order to design programs that are specifically designed to unlock the barriers and the challenges and the opportunities that we see in the markets where we operate. And these are very customized to the needs that we see in this market. For example, when we were facing rolling blackouts and we had challenges on the supply side from an energy perspective, we designed a program that was specifically aimed to alleviate that challenge. So when it comes to biodiversity, Deshni has highlighted that we are developing this biodiversity finance facility that will be specifically targeted to that area. So that is how we operate, because I think it was from Didi's presentation yesterday where she highlighted that biodiversity is so diverse, even within a country such as South Africa. If you compare the biosphere in KZN to Johannesburg, you'll find that they are worlds apart. Therefore, that customization is quite important so that you are able to help unlock that potential. So that is what we do, and the aim is to de-risk the projects in order to attract private sector lenders to partner with us and to co-lend with us into this project, because as highlighted earlier, public funds are limited and they're continually constricting for different reasons. Some of the donor countries, they're diverting funds to defense. Some of the donor countries, they are just withdrawing their donations towards nature and climate-related sectors. Therefore, that source of fund capital is continually constricting. So with that said, it is really important to ensure that we attract private sector capital as much as possible in order for us to achieve the impact that we're envisaging in the nature and biodiversity sectors. So as we design these facilities, we ensure that we include credit enhancement provisions that we know will attract private lenders, right? We know what they want, we know what they're looking for, we understand their language, therefore we design these programs in such a way that we know will make it easier for them to come on board and to partner with us. We look at things like, for example, credit, so credit risk, right? So by de-risking, by mere effect of de-risking, we're bringing that risk level down, which makes it easier for them to come on board. We provide longer tenures. Most of the lenders want to be paid out by year 5 or by year 8. They want to be out of the project, because the longer they stay, the more risk, right? So they want to be paid out as early as possible. So we will stay in for a longer haul so that they can be paid before us, and that really de-risks their investment in a project. And also, when it comes to project finance, there's what we call staking, capital staking. This means that there is ranking. Certain lenders will rank differently in terms of cash flows, also in terms of security. So when a project that is being supported, it goes under for whatever reason, right? Then it means we have to go to liquidation. And that staking then becomes, and ranking becomes very important. So we will take a subordinated position so that commercial banks will take a senior position, be paid out before us. And also, when it comes to cash flows, they get paid before us. And when there are remaining funds, then we'll get paid afterwards. So all of those things are tools that we build into the design of our programs in order to de-risk a certain program and to de-risk investments to ensure that private sector lenders come on board. We also have blended finance guarantees, for example, where we will say to a commercial bank, if you invest in this project, in a biodiversity project or in a renewable energy project, we will cover you for whatever investment you make. So if your clients default on their repayments, you can come to us and we will make you whole. So these are some of the things that we take into consideration as we design our programs. And then secondly is us providing first loss financing. First loss means we absorb early stage investment risk that comes with that project. And we partner with the likes of UNDP, for example, who will give us, who will support the early stage feasibility studies and those kind of early stage project preparation activities that need to be undertaken in order to absorb those early stage risks, right? So that is also very important because by the time a commercial lender or a private sector lender comes on board, a feasibility study has been concluded, all the information that's required is in place, and we are also giving them all these specs that helps to de-risk their involvement. So that is really important. The project preparation part is very important. And over and above that, we are also looking at outcome-based bonds. And for those that do not know, I will briefly explain how it works. So with the outcome-based bonds, we are looking to attract institutional investors that are at the higher end of the spectrum that I talked about earlier. They wouldn't typically look at this high-risk biodiversity projects on their own because of the limitations of their risk limits, right? So through an outcome-based bonds, we say to them, we'll issue a bond, you subscribe to the bond, and the proceeds of the bond themselves, they will go into the normal low-risk infrastructure projects. However, what we ask of you is to let go of a portion of your coupon or a portion of your return in order to support biodiversity projects. But you could get this portion that you forgo, you could get it back based on the performance of the underlying projects, right? Obviously, everyone wants to be associated with impact accolades, especially because the sources from this, we've got reporting obligations. So everyone wants to show that they are doing something good for the environment. The challenge is the how. How do you do it? Most of the lenders, they want to do good, but the challenge is how to do it. There are limitations. That is where the barrier is. So this outcome-based bond helps to ensure that this the institutional investors are able to support, but in a very calculated manner that limits their risk. And at the same time, there's an advantage to your conventional donors and philanthropists because they also provide these grants with the understanding that the projects have to become successful in order for their funding to be utilized. If the underlying projects do not perform, they get their grant funding back. So this really incentivizes everyone to ensure that their projects become successful. So this is one of the ways in which we operate, where we'll be partnering with the donors and philanthropists contributing crowdfunding in order to incentivize private sector funders to partner with us in these outcome-based bond structures. And beyond that, we're also looking at biodiversity credits, biodiversity offset mechanisms in order to help explore opportunities to generate income out of their natural resources, especially for those countries that have got limited potential to generate a pipeline of bankable projects. This is one of the ways through which they can earn income through their natural resources. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have learned a lot. And just want to turn to Ms. Zulu. And we just heard from DBSA that investors operate within a risk limit. And I'm just wondering that beyond assessment of biodiversity disclosure and risk management, what other innovative financial instrument or investment approaches are emerging among the institutional investors to support biodiversity positive outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you, Ntaka. You see the disadvantage of speaking at the end. Everyone has covered your points now. Thank you so much. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Nozipho Sibia Zulu, and I'm the Senior Policy Specialist for Africa at the Principles for Responsible Investment, and I'm truly delighted to be here. Thank you for the organizers for making space for PRI's voice in this conversation. Just briefly, for those who do not know who PRI is, we are formed, or were formed in 2006. We were born from the UN system by a very small but committed group of asset owners who were aiming to bring sustainability into capital markets. Today, we represent over 5,000 signatories who are an investor community, and all of these signatories represent collectively about 139 trillion US dollars in AUM. So we work hard every day to provide guidance to our signatories and help them to incorporate ESG into their day-to-day work. To respond to the question, and DBSA has already covered these instruments. As PRI, we have a division on nature, and we do research and engagements with investors. And from our latest nature report, which is still internal and not yet released, we have seen quite a number of instruments that have emerged. First, instruments that are from natural capital, which include nature-based solutions. And also we have investment in corporate. So from the nature capital instruments, we've seen biodiversity credits, which I think most of us are aware of. And also there are real assets. From this research, we saw a rise in real assets, which are investments that are focused on land, such as sustainable forestry, and also thematic bonds. Thematic bonds are quite established. These are green bonds, blue bonds, and also we have outcome-based bonds, which DBSA has touched on. And lastly, there is a rise in debt for nature swaps. So for debt for nature swaps are when a loan or a debt fraction or portion is then restructured or forgotten, and where forgiven, and where then government will then use that portion for biodiversity conservation or any other biodiversity related initiatives. And then from the corporate investments, we have impact funds, which are venture capital and private equity led. And we have thematic equities, which are bonds or are investments in listed companies, and these listed companies usually have a sustainability theme. And we have sustainability linked bonds, and lastly are nature asset companies, which are new and are rising. It's when investment is done or shares are bought from a company that focuses on nature. So across markets, we are seeing a growing range of instruments, and all of these are aiming to mobilize capital towards protecting and restoring nature. However, the key challenge is that these instruments are at a very small scale, and they are pilot projects, and we need to work harder to try and mainstream nature investments. So from a policy perspective, as we have policymakers in the room, investors want to see much more clarity on pipeline investment projects. They want to know what activities are nature positive. On that, firstly, just to create a baseline, and what should be government-led and what should be private sector-led. That is still not as clear. We want to see much more market-based mechanisms based on each market. You know, when we create a demand for nature credits, we've seen this in Australia, in a nature repair market, and also in the UK on their biodiversity net gain. As DBSA has touched on de-risking, we are hoping to see public capital being used to catalyze private finance. They've mentioned that part of their work, they de-risk, and we would like to see much more initiatives done at ground level where they de-risk the projects, and once it is much more matured for investors who are at the higher spectrum of lending, then they can take place on they can continue on the second phase of the project. So yeah, if these options are worked towards, we believe that we can really see change in nature positive investments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to Louise online from the Nature Conservancy. And I've noted that the TNC has been promoting innovative financing mechanism to support nature conservation. Could you briefly explain how this instrument work and how they help integrate biodiversity and ecosystem consideration into conservation and investment decision? Louise?
Thank you, Ntaka, and for the organizers who allowed me to dial in online. We are in the final stretches of closing a water bond, and I was unable to join you in person because of the crunch time that we're experiencing. So we know that the scale of biodiversity and climate crisis far exceeds what government and philanthropy alone can fund. And what we left with, and many people, or many of the panelists and presenters this morning spoke about the challenge of short-term project-based funding that's not sustainable. And if South Africa wants to achieve its 30 by 30 goals, and not only target 3, but also target 2 to manage the protected areas or areas under conservation, we need to think differently about funding and innovative funding. So the Nature Conservancy has been working on addressing the challenges that I mentioned of short-term project-based funding now for many years through designing innovative financing mechanisms. And these instruments are designed to bring finance markets and the environment together with measurable outcomes, instead of only relying on grants and financing structures. So these are, they mobilize private sector capital while ecosystems are restored and protected. And the examples that I'm going to mention 3 examples. One of them are nature bonds. So developing countries, often the sovereign debt is very expensive and they borrow at a very high interest. And what the Nature Conservancy does is to arrange the debt to be bought and then to be refinanced at a lower interest rate. And that saving, the country then commits to protect and protect certain key ecosystems and to fund conservation programs. And there are various examples, also known as blue bonds around the world. The Seychelles was one of the world's first, or was the world's first sovereign blue bond, and that helped the government of Seychelles to to protect 30% of their oceans and then to manage it. Also, Belize, there was a debt swap there, 364 million US dollars, and then more recently Gabon with 500,000, where the country's debt was refinanced to protect oceans. Another example of such an innovative financing mechanism is protection for permanence, where it's another pooling of private capital and public funds. It is long term, and the countries, together with the Nature Conservancy, also WWF does this work, do PFPs, to determine what needs to be achieved, how much it will cost, and then there's a commitment upfront from government and from the private sector that provides a bridge fund to commit to to shared goals, and to secure government commitments. So this is an upfront close where private sector says this is what we will bring to the table. Government then commits for the long term, and then it's performance based. In other words, the funding then gets paid based on milestones that's achieved. The final example that I want to mention is water funds, which are public-private partnerships. And this model works where downstream water users, municipalities, and agriculture, for example, invest in upstream restoration. So this also pulls in corporate sector funding, because many corporates in big cities are large water users, and they want to, through their SDGs, want to invest or to offset their water usage. And then that can happen through a water fund. And the water funds pool capital, pool funding. It uses private sector, philanthropy, public sector funding, and it uses a blended funding model to invest in water or catchment restoration. And in South Africa, we have strategic water source areas, and these are large areas. What the water funds are part of these, they function within strategic water source areas, but we don't look at the entire strategic water source areas. We focus on those areas where the water come from. It's based in science to determine which catchments produce the most, are responsible for producing the most water, and this focus also on upstream, above dams, not downstream from dams. And then we determine what are the problems. It's often invasive species or overgrazing. Overgrazing results in sediment and increased costs of operating dams. Invasive species use more water than indigenous vegetation. And then we determine how much water is lost, how much water can be returned to the system at what cost. And water funds are also long-term programs, 20 to 30 years, very focused. And then we design or determine the return on investment of how much water will cost if invasives are, for example, being cleared, and how much more water could get into a system. We compare that then with grey infrastructure, the normal dams, pipes, desalination, etc. And studies that have shown that nature-based solutions are 1/10 of the cost of engineering solutions. So these, Ntakazeni, are some of the examples that the Nature Conservancy are using to fund nature and to a protection and restoration of ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me, I've been alerted that we need to end this session at 11:45. So I would just want to ask you one more round of questions, and of which I will allow you to, and request you to answer under a minute. Deshni, let me turn to you and just to understand how can mechanisms such as biodiversity offset banks or credits be embedded within the National Biodiversity Finance Plan? Just under a minute.
Sure. So,
no, you can have mine.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. So under a minute, I think quickly, they can be catalytic. I think that's the key thing. So by embedding biodiversity credits and offset banks, they can play this catalytic role in how we develop our biodiversity finance plans. And I think in South Africa and globally, BIFIN has played quite a big role in this. And we've already shown the value that these instruments can play. They're effective, they're credible, but they're not standalone. They have to be integrated into a clear mitigation hierarchy, and can be applied nationally, provincially, really looking at how we can develop ecological infrastructure investment plans to offset and contribute to securing priority ecosystems. And I think that must be one of the key principles. And then, of course, nothing can happen if we don't have transparent registries, verification systems that can build investor confidence and ensure permanence, because we really want something that is meaningful, but that can be robust and tested. And then lastly, ensuring that private sector engagement frameworks just enables the industries to really start investing into quantified, high-quality biodiversity outcomes. And I think that's the ask from the biodiversity sector, is to come together and make sure that we can develop these and really secure the biodiversity, but also bring in what the private sector is asking. I think the time has come for us to do that. So thanks, I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. And again, Ms. Mabtawa, under a minute, please. And what are the main barriers of scaling biodiversity-related investment within the Southern African development community? And how can development finance institution like your organization help overcome these constraints?
Coming from a financial background, I will say that there is no lack of funding. There's lots of funding from different sources, but the barrier, the bottleneck, is more on availability of bankable projects that are ready to actually absorb the funding. So with that said, I think there's a huge need for project preparation, funding that focuses specifically on project preparation, especially in the emerging markets such as the SADC region, in order to ensure that we develop these projects to a level where it will be easier for capital to flow, especially capital from the private sector. So we will not be able to achieve scale outside of private sector funding, because that is where the bulk of the funding is. Public funds are really comprise a small percentage of the funding that is circulating in the industry. So that is very important. And then secondly, also ensuring that these projects are captured in a way that will attract private sector and enable private capital to flow. So I think that will also form part of project preparation. So from our side as a DFI, as I highlighted earlier, we see ourselves as a convening anchor in the sector, ensuring that we bring everyone together, ensuring that we develop programs that are structured appropriately for different stakeholders to participate, and also ensuring that the key or at least the ultimate beneficiaries when it comes to biodiversity, the communities, the civil society organizations, they're also involved, because you find that some of the lenders are not really geared to work hand in hand with this kind of organization. So we are at an opportune position to ensure that this happens. And lastly, I just want to touch on the element of innovation. Innovation is key. I think Louise from TNC touched on a number of financial mechanisms that they employ that are innovative to ensure that they, biodiversity and conservation projects are supported. We need to innovate more, take it a step further to innovate more, because traditional funding instruments are not conducive to support and to scale biodiversity projects. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Zulu, what will need to change within capital markets for biodiversity-friendly investment?
Thank you. I think we need to start with the financial supervisors or the regulatory authorities, such as the central banks. In South Africa, for example, the South African Reserve Bank, they are noting that there are financial risks that come with environmental factors. So we need to reassess, and we need to look at these mandates and work together for them to also not only focus on climate risks, but also look into biodiversity risks. And on an investor side of view, we need to clarify the role of investors in both global and local nature goals, and also make use of sustainability taxonomies, which will help clarify which economic activities contribute to nature-positive economy. Start thinking of developing sectoral pathways. We are seeing this in climate or decarbonization work, where they have different sectoral pathways, and also understand that not all pro-nature activities are immediately investable. DBSA has touched on this. For example, establishing a marine protected area might not have a business case, but that does not mean that we cannot look at other initiatives. And lastly, we strongly need to look at the uptake of unified standards. When it comes to definitions, I've worked in both private sector and in government and in consulting, and I've realized that the terms that we use, what is nature? The first time I heard about nature, I thought it's just too common. What do you mean? And that's the term, unfortunately, the private sector is using strongly. So we need to have unified standards, and I'm happy the TNFD is here. And also at the PRI, we work on reporting, sustainability reporting. This will help avoid greenwashing and making claims about nature. And lastly, disclosure is fundamental. Let's encourage disclosures so that even the investors are much more responsible when it comes to nature. This will give us the information we need, and also it will also help when it comes to stewardship decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Louise, lastly, just under a minute, can you just share a little bit about the water bond? Your
Thanks, Ipieca.
experience?
So this
Thank you.
is the first water bond for South Africa, and I think it's the first in the world. I won't claim that. So the Nature Conservancy, in partnership with Rand Merchant Bank, and DBSA is also involved, is now ready to launch South Africa's first water bond. It's a 5-year bond. What this brings is predictable 5-year funding, something that's a luxury in catchment restoration in the country. It's linked to clear outputs. It is replicable and it's scalable. The challenge that we have to make these, nature investable or to have these investable programs is baseline data, implementation capacity on the ground, and thinking differently about risk. I think we have a bigger risk of not taking risk of investing in nature than the risks that we're facing with ongoing degradation, climate change, and biodiversity loss. So I think we really have to work with the private sector to unlock the capital to think differently about risk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's just unfortunate, colleagues, we will not have time to take some question, but I am inviting you to a workshop. The first workshop will be held in Cape Town on the 31st of March and the 1st of April. It's not a joke. Because of April Fool, where we will be looking or gunning towards the development of the South Africa's biodiversity finance plan. We will interface more with the speakers. And the second leg of the workshop will be held in Pretoria from the 15th to the 17th of April, where we will dive deeper with this kind of understanding and developing sustainable finance solution for the country that are implementable and have impact on the ground to support with the implementation of the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. To my panelists, I just wish to thank you so much for the good knowledge that you brought to the table today. I was not only educated, but I was empowered to lead this work. So with that, can we please give them a round of applause as they take their seats? Thank you so much.
Could I please just get a hand here with the podium, please? Someone that can help me. Thank you for that previous very insightful panel on innovative finance mechanisms. I think we're very happy to see that there is quite a lot going on. And as was sort of mentioned, there is finance available. It's the challenges that actually is developing the right project to suit that. I am now very happy to welcome Amrei van Hazer here, who is, we are very fortunate to have a coordinating lead author of the IPBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment here in South Africa and here in the room, who I think can really help us to understand this really important seminal piece of work. So without further ado, Amrei.
Good morning. There we go. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased, very excited to be here in person today with you. And I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers for making that possible. It really is a pleasure. So my name is Amrei van Hazer. And I am based in Cape Town, but I work with the Wildlife Conservation Society, where I'm part of a small global team that works on business and biodiversity. And I was involved in the IPBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment as a coordinating lead author. I don't know if everybody knows what IPBES stands for, but it's the Intergovernmental Panel for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. So it's a little bit like the IPCC, but for biodiversity and ecosystem services. Intergovernmental panel. So the IPBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment which I will give you a very brief overview. I'll start with an introduction. So the assessment was released in early February at the plenary that IPBES has annually. In this case, it was in Manchester, in the UK. So it's sort of hot off the press. And it was co-created and approved by 152 government, member governments of IPBES at this plenary. And it draws on loads and loads of best available information that was collated over a period of more than 2 years by 79 experts who were drawn from business, from NGOs, and from academia in particular as well, who drew together this best available information on business and biodiversity. The brief for IPBES assessments is always very specific, so it's based on a negotiated scope, negotiated by all the governments. And in this case, the scope was the assessment needed to be global, it needed to speak to lots of different business types, all different types of sectors, needed to be relevant to lots of different country contexts. So you can appreciate the big challenge that we faced in covering all of this information for all of these different contexts. What I will do is I will just give you the sort of high-level messages that the assessment has brought together. Before I do that, I did want to pause and just say, why should we care about this assessment? There is so much information out there, lots and lots of guidance being produced, lots of papers on business and biodiversity. It's overwhelming. We need to read so much. Why should we care about this new assessment? So let me make the case. So first of all, the assessment is science-based and evidence-based. So it is a reliable source of information that policy and decision-making can be based on. It's also honest about what is known and what is not known. So major knowledge gaps are explicitly highlighted in this assessment. Secondly, the assessment has broad reach. So IPBES assessments in general are very widely read, very widely covered, and this business and biodiversity assessment was covered by many traditional media outlets, so by the Financial Times, by The Guardian, by the BBC, the Mail and Guardian locally covered it, by Bloomberg News, etc. So very well picked up, and it was already in the first few weeks downloaded more than 13,000 times from the IPBES website. So it's influential. So that is why we need to care about it. That's why it matters. It also brings clarity and cohesion to what's really a bit of a jungle of biodiversity metrics, biodiversity methods, guidance on all of this for businesses to use. I think if anybody of you work in this technical field, it can be quite overwhelming. And so the assessment is intended to bring together all of this information in a digestible form. It also focuses specifically on the role of business in transformative change. So that's a first for IPBES. But it also acknowledges that business can't do this on their own. So businesses need an enabling environment to which they can contribute and in which they can act. And then last, it sets out over 100 actions that businesses, as well as other actors, can take to create this enabling environment where ultimately the vision is that what is good for biodiversity is good for business. So this image that you see on the slide sort of shows the story
of the full assessment. So it shows the methods that can inform action at the top. It shows the different actors that are involved in creating an enabling environment at the bottom. It shows the elements of the enabling environment in the sort of turquoise circle, and it shows that there need to be different levels of action. So that's the kind of story that the assessment tells. It contains 10 key messages and 29 background messages. And I'm not going to go through all of these, walk you through all of these today. I do encourage you to read the assessment. So the summary for policymakers is only 40 pages, so it's doable. But what I would like to do is just give you 5 sort of headlines of what is important, what the assessment tells business, tells government, and other actors. So in 5 headlines. And a lot of this are things we have already covered, because remember, this is pulling together best available knowledge. So the first headline is, nature is business critical. So all businesses depend on nature, depend on biodiversity, but what's currently good for biodiversity is often not profitable. What's currently profitable often harms nature. And that is increasingly being recognized as translating into systemic risk. And the assessment provides a lot of evidence for this situation. Jessica mentioned this statistic as well. More than half of global GDP is moderately to highly dependent on nature. And while nature-related risks affect certain sectors directly, we heard about forestry this morning. Brent made a really good case for how forestry is dependent on nature and biodiversity. Another one is agriculture, as we heard this morning as well. Tourism, insurance are other sectors that are directly dependent and very clearly dependent on nature. But the point that the assessment also very clearly makes is that all sectors are indirectly affected by this risk due to exposure through their value chains. So their value chains is essentially all of the materials that are sourced, all of the products that are sourced in order for the business to do its job. What's also included in the assessment is that developing countries are often particularly vulnerable to these risks, particularly exposed, and often less able to address the risks and respond to the risks because of limited technology, because of limited capacity. But this is not a developing country problem. The assessment makes that very clear. And just an interesting example is that the UK recently released, also in the last 2 months, a national security assessment that finds that biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse is recognized as a material threat to national security in the UK and to prosperity, and needs to be addressed really speedily and decisively. So it affects all countries as well. Despite all of this, we understand the risk. There's increasingly recognition that there is systemic risk. Current incentives and systems tend to lock in the harm, and we heard a lot about that this morning as well. Each year, just to put some numbers to this, $7.3 trillion are invested, are channeled towards activities that harm biodiversity directly. And by comparison, only $220 billion annually are invested in activities that are positive for biodiversity. I know these are huge numbers, trillions, billions. I find it quite hard to get my head around those as well, but essentially it's a 1 to 30 ratio. So that is huge. So this issue is not just about channeling finance through innovative finance mechanisms. That is really important, but it's also about capital allocation. It is about reversing harmful finance flows. right. So the next headline is that, and this is on a slightly more positive note, is that momentum on nature is growing, but a lot more is needed. So some companies are taking actions to address their nature-related risks and impacts and to unlock opportunities. And this action is mostly taken in response to regulatory pressures and market opportunities. So that is what we're seeing, and that is what the assessment finds as the main motivations for action under current situations. But the barriers remain substantial to action. And the gap is clear. Fewer than 1% of publicly listed companies, publicly listed businesses, actually include biodiversity in their public reports. That is a very, very tiny number. On the positive side, this number is increasing, although from a low base, and that is due to and thanks to initiatives such as the Task Force for Nature-Related Disclosures. There's also a forthcoming biodiversity disclosure framework that the ISSB is preparing. And importantly, it's due to regulations, just to mention 2 examples, the EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and the EU Deforestation Regulation. These are the kinds of drivers for increased reporting and disclosure. At the same time, the assessment recognizes that reporting, and we mentioned this earlier this morning as well, reporting doesn't mean that nothing is happening. So we know that meaningful steps are being taken. We know that some companies are taking action. We have examples of these, and that includes small and medium enterprises for which it is often harder to act. There are greater hurdles. The challenge that we found in the assessment, and we looked very hard for good case studies, for good examples to be able to include in the assessment, the challenge that we found was that examples are scattered, they are hard to find. Look, we're looking at a global level. And most importantly, they are very hard to verify. So companies are perhaps reporting, self-reporting on certain actions, but there is very little third-party verified action and outcomes that we can base our assessment on. So that is the kind of evidence that really is needed, and I think Deshni sort of referred to that earlier about biodiversity outcomes need to be shown. Luckily, in the assessment, our job was not to find and to identify and to show the model business that is doing everything perfectly, although this is probably the most important and most common question that we get asked. Our job instead was to present the range of different actions that businesses are currently taking and that they can take to address their impacts and dependencies on nature, and also to drive sector-wide change. So the kinds of things that Brent this morning and Vian this morning were talking about. The third headline, then, is that action can be taken now based on current information and current tools and current data. I'll start, and this goes for all actors, I'll start with the businesses. So the report synthesizes more than 25 actions that businesses can take using those existing tools and information at 4 different levels of decision making. So the assessment has identified these 4 different levels of business decision making and organized actions accordingly. And they are the portfolio level, the corporate level, the operations level, and the value chain level. And you can see that illustrated in this diagram, which also comes from the summary of policymakers. There are these different business levels of decision making, and importantly, it's also that businesses contribute to the system-wide change. Just to give you a very quick idea of what are these kinds of actions that we're talking about, I'm just going to give selected examples. This is not meant to be comprehensive at all. But at the corporate level, the kinds of actions include embedding biodiversity into corporate governance, into corporate strategy, not just biodiversity strategy, but corporate strategy and risk management. Creating or improving the associated policies and protocols at the corporate level to give effect to these strategies. So that might be on procurement and sourcing. That might be on responsible marketing. There will be policies on remuneration, on incentives, etc. So you can see even on impact assessment. So quite a set of wide-ranging policies embedding biodiversity and nature. It's about building adequate capacity, or, as we heard earlier, finding the right partnerships to be able to upskill and have enough capacity to implement these policies. What is also important is that policies need to extend, not as traditionally has been the case, mostly to operations, but they apply to operations and value chains because, as we heard, a lot of impacts and also dependencies are found in companies' value chains. Examples at the operations level of the kinds of actions that businesses can take, I think, are most familiar to all of us. This is about robust environmental and social impact assessment. It's about applying the mitigation hierarchy to avoid, minimize, restore, and offset impacts. It's about free, prior, and informed consent, those kinds of actions. And then at the level of value chains, for businesses to take care of their impacts and dependencies, this is about working and influencing suppliers and other actors in the value chain. So this is about value chain mapping. So knowing who are my suppliers, tier 1 suppliers, tier 2 suppliers, tier 3 suppliers. Many companies have got really complex value chains. So this is a big job. This is a tricky thing to do. But the good news is that there are companies that have done this. There are companies that have got full traceability from having invested in this of their supply chains. And full traceability is not necessarily always needed. It is obviously desirable, but it's not always necessary. So secondly, value chain mapping is about suppliers. Adequate traceability is about products and materials. Where am I getting them from? Am I getting them from high risk regions, et cetera, et cetera? And then building partnerships with and incentivizing suppliers who might be smallholders to adhere to corporate standards. So that's also a really important part of value chain management. Where one starts, where a business would start, what the priority is will depend on the type of business, will depend on its impacts, dependencies, etc. So one can't give a kind of menu for this is where you start and this is the kind of set of steps. It depends on where a business is currently on their journey as well. For financial institutions, the report sets out, and I won't go into any detail because we heard a lot in the previous panel on these kinds of instruments that can be used, but these are also outlined in the assessment, and they are divided into those activities that shift capital away, that shift finance away from harmful activities, so more of the greening finance terminology, and then financing green actions like blended bonds and et cetera, that shift capital, that shift finance towards biodiversity enhancing activities. So those are the kinds of activities that are set out for financial institutions. The fourth headline is that this is really not a data gap. So we often hear, oh, we don't have the information, we don't know how to do this, we don't have the data. The assessment finds that really it is not, we have the available information and data to be able to start. We don't have perfect information, but we also don't necessarily need perfect information. So what the assessment does, it essentially provides information on how you can select the right method, the right metric for a particular purpose. And it summarizes them into this perhaps slightly intimidating looking figure. But what it does is it basically sets out at different levels of decision making for different purposes. For example, screening or comparing options or being able to determine, being able to determine the state of nature on the ground. It sets out what are the kinds of methods that are appropriate to use and what are the kinds of methods that are not available. So things like do not use life cycle analysis at the wrong level of decision making because it's not going to be fit for purpose. What the assessment also does is it says there is no single metric. We all would love one metric to be able to do all of this assessment. We get asked by businesses a lot of the time, can we not have that single metric on biodiversity? Unfortunately, there is no such thing. We need to use the right tool for the right job, the right metric for the right job. However, cutting through a lot of the noise, this gives us tools to be able to know which is the right method to use for our right purpose. The other thing that the assessment does is it creates this kind of clear link between methods, measurement, and the different levels of decision making at which action needs to happen. So it really is a great resource to guide action. And then I will finish with the last headline message, which is something that we've kind of been hearing echoing through this room yesterday and today as well, is that systemic change needs collective effort. So individual effort is really good, is really powerful. We're seeing some of it by different actors. Collective effort is needed in addition to individual effort, and we need collaboration. So collective effort is groups getting together and doing these things, and collaboration is actually working across divides to work on these issues. And this is where the 100 or so actions that I mentioned earlier fit in, is under this heading of more than 100 actions for all of the different actors to take. So business leadership can shift behavior across markets, across value chains, but as I said earlier, business can't act alone. We do need an enabling environment to be created in order for business to be able to act on its impacts and dependencies and to move things more broadly. And what the assessment does, it organizes this enabling environment according to 5 different dimensions: the policy, legal, and regulatory framework. And they are shown in the circle on the right-hand side. You can see them mapped out in those puzzle pieces. It is about data and technology. It is about values, norms, and culture, economic and financial systems, and capacity and knowledge. So these actions that I mentioned are organized according to these different dimensions or pillars for the different actors to take. For governments play a crucial role in creating this enabling environment. The assessment makes the point that it is not just governments, obviously, it's all actors, but government does play a crucial role. For example, through setting and enforcing policy and regulations that incentivize or mandate business actions for biodiversity. And that includes on corporate disclosure and reporting, but is not just limited to corporate disclosure and reporting, but can include anti-greenwashing policies, for example, circular economy policies, and regulations. So there's a whole raft of different regulations that might be needed. Good EIA regulations. Another key action for governments to take is to integrate biodiversity into spatial planning. South Africa is in the lead on this, we know, and also into permitting and into public procurement, for example. Key is also eliminating and phasing out or reforming harmful subsidies. I mentioned this earlier. This is about moving capital away from harmful activities. Collaborating with financial institutions and other financial actors on innovative and blended financing instruments, covered really well by the panel earlier, and supporting learning and collaboration across actors. So this kind of forum is incredibly valuable for sharing across different actors, using different languages that we all have. And then last, I just wanted to mention, obviously, that civil society is a key role player in all of this as well. Civil society because NGOs, academics, etc., can drive the research agenda, can support businesses through capacity building, partnerships, collaborations. Civil society is also really important in terms of monitoring progress and holding business and government to account. That's a super important role for civil society. And empowering communities to become more involved in decision-making processes, and also bridging the divide between different types of actors. Before I close, I did want to just say that it's important to recognize that businesses themselves are part of the enabling environment, not just by taking care of their own impacts and dependencies, but by signaling when they have done a great job to other businesses that this is possible. Obviously, what's really important there is to take care of greenwashing, to make sure that outcomes are actually achieved, that they are verified. But this is a really important role to encourage others to up their game. For example, there's also a role for businesses for responsible advocacy and not lobbying for harmful subsidies, for example. So there are a whole lot of actions that go beyond just looking at one's own impacts and dependencies that can drive systemic change. I will skip this slide on next steps, and I will just close with a last sort of uplifting statement that also comes out of the assessment, which is that change is possible through collaboration, collective and individual actions. We can all create an enabling environment where businesses contribute to a just and sustainable future. So where what's good for business is good for biodiversity. And with that, I'd like to thank you. I know this was quite high level, but I hope that I gave you a good overview of the kinds of things that are covered by the assessment. And again, just encourage you to delve deeper. There are hundreds of pages of scientific literature that underlie this 40-page report into which you can also delve. And yep, I hope that that is worthwhile for your journeys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amre. I am really sorry we do not have time for questions. I don't know if there's maybe we can try and see after the forum if you follow the pages that we have online. We'll try and see if we can connect with Amre, and if you do have a burning question, particularly those online, at least we have those, and we will do our best to try and answer them in a public forum. But I'm really sorry. Thank you so much again for joining us here. I would like to now then thank you, Amre. I would like to call on Lactisha Chitwalama Lumoni Director at the DFFE, who is going to be producing our second last session, which is a plenary session on advancing the targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework through biodiversity economy initiatives fostered by strategic collaborations and between governments and businesses. That was a mouthful of a title that you created there. But thank you, Laktasha, and then you can welcome your speakers.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It's quite interesting finding yourself in the last session of the event. I just found myself spending the whole morning working around the allocated time. Whenever a minute is added, I had to look back and try and see what does that mean to my session. So that is the exercise I was doing since the start of this session this morning, but nevertheless, the program director has been very much flexible, and I think they have given us enough time to do justice to this quite important plenary session. This is the session where we are now going to demonstrate. We've been talking since yesterday about dependencies. We've been talking about risk. We've been talking about impacts. We've been talking about opportunities. So this session is going to actually demonstrate to you a sector, a business sector that is totally dependent on biodiversity. A sector that has risk management not as an option, but a mandatory requirement for them in their operation. A sector that looks into impact mainly from the positive side of it, looking at how does this business actually contribute to social or community or economic development. A sector that also looks into opportunities for investment into this sector, because that is something that we really want to look into. And when you look at Target 15, we spend a lot of time talking about disclosure and reporting, but there's also another important element that talks about sustainable production patterns, as well as compliance with access and benefit sharing. And this session is going to give meaning to those elements of Target 15, also touching at other several targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in terms of the relationship and the contribution that can be derived from this program. We have actually organized esteemed guest speakers that are covering a spectrum of fields. I think yesterday we spoke a lot about data. So we have actually brought into this platform some researchers, economists that are actually working very hard in that space of data collection in the space of biodiversity economy. So let me then bring up my esteemed guest speakers. Let me check around here. I'm not sure if the chairs are enough. I think I will need one more chair by the look of the chairs that are here. But while they're bringing one more chair, let me invite Mr. Korombi Matibe, Chief Director, Biodiversity Economy and Sustainable Use at DFFE, who is going to give us, who's going to set a scene for our plenary discussion, because it's really important to revisit the policy environment and the planning aspect in relation to this sector. And then I will then invite Dr. Sue Sneyman. She's a research director for the School of Wildlife Conservation at the African Leadership University. This is a university that is based in Rwanda. We don't have it here in South Africa. And then the third speaker is online. I'm just going to welcome Mr. Rian Glober. Is the Director, Environmental Economics, Statistics South Africa. And then we also have Dr. Howard Hendricks, Managing Executive for Conservation Services Division at our South African National Parks. And lastly, we have Mr. Jabulani Ngubane, the Executive Manager for Tourism and Marketing. And he's coming from Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority. So this is the panel for this plenary session. By its design, they are going to deliver presentations, and then upon conclusion of their talks, we'll then open the floor for engagement. So you are going to interact with them. So what I can actually advise you to do, because we are not going to take questions after each speaker. So when they are going through their presentations, please take note of all the questions that you like to ask. And by the order of my program, I'm going to start with Mr. Matibe, who's going to set a scene for us, just to remind us once more about the biodiversity economy sector. I know yesterday we had a bit of that conversation together with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, but today we are going to dive deeper into the on-the-ground activities. Over to you, Mr. Matibe. So you can also deliver it while seated, because you can already see it there, but you are also welcome to come and stand here. I will take your seat. Here's the device for you to move the slides.
How does it work? This is going forward. Okay. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the second opportunity just to take home and a little bit of a deep dive, but in very concise manner, because now this session is standing between you and lunch. Just by way of a background and context, South Africa, like any other developing or developed nations, we always have got these economic challenges that threaten our livelihoods. And if you look at South Africa in particular, we are a population of just over 60 million, in other words, 63 million. And poverty is very high, and especially because majority of the people are actually in that layer where there is very few opportunities for jobs. But what is even interesting, or what is even concerning, is that the Gini coefficient of the Republic is standing at 0.67. If there is an equilibrium in terms of a Gini coefficient, we should be 0.0. So 0.67 simply means that you have got a highly unequal society. And of course, with the challenges of the slow economic growth, but all with the effort that industry, government, and communities are playing to change the whole trajectory. If you go back in history, going back to the 60s, there was a research done by a researcher, Jason Hickel. He's an economist, but also a very well-known one, who showed that between 1960 and 1921, there was about 152 trillion worth of commodities that the rich nations imported from the developing nations. So that simply tells us that a lot of commodities, biomass commodities, natural resources are coming from the developing nations to the rich nations. And that actually poses a lot of challenges, because which means that there is little value addition that developing nations are making. And that also applies to our sector, as I explained yesterday. I thought, let me just give one example out of the goal that I illustrated yesterday. If you look at the actions for each goal, there are about 5 on minimum, about 5 actions per the goals that are illustrated yesterday. And one of the goals, which is about scaling up ecotourism, if you look at action 1.1, it's about establishing 5+ mega living conservation landscapes, which I'm sure SANParks can talk to. And this is very critical in that we also want to make sure that we drive and thrive, drive towards getting the Kunming-Montreal Protocol Target 3. And that's what I was talking about. If you look at Goal 2, and I just highlighted 2.5, it talks about sustainable consumption and beneficiation of game from extensive wildlife systems that drives transformation, as I indicated yesterday. Our trajectory, a 10-year horizon trajectory, is that we need to grow our wild population, especially the plains game, from 20 million to at least 26 million by 2036. But in doing so, we also want to make sure we beneficiate wild animal derivatives such as skins, hides, horns, bones, and create local industries that produce proudly South African or Mzansi products. That's what we want to see, because currently we produce high quality European standard crocodile skins and export them in raw form, and hardly do we beneficiate them here. So we want to change that direction. Goal 3, sustainable consumption of wild and produced marine. One of the areas that we really want to consider, and this was also mentioned yesterday, is reviving and ramping up the aquaculture industry so that we also create markets in rural parts of South Africa where a lot of poverty actually manifests itself. On the bioprospecting, one of the very critical elements is mainstreaming the informal, traditional, edible insect sector through formalizing, scaling, and marketing natural products from sustainably harvested insects and their products. You know, I was born in the 60s, and when I grew up, I used to only get protein from locusts and crickets, and I would get red meat once in a Christmas. In other words, once a year. That's how poverty was reigning during the 60s. So I'm saying, if we revive and take care of our biodiversity, it will then be able to generate and regenerate all these wonderful insects like mopani worms to come to the fore. And this is very critical because it's a cross-cutting that I mentioned yesterday. The securing and enhancing ecological infrastructure across all ecosystems. This will lead to increasing the security of South Africa's strategic water source areas, increasing sustainable agriculture and fisheries practices to secure ecological infrastructure critical to our economy, and all that information. In terms of the NBES, the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy I presented yesterday, it is fully aligned to the targets, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity targets. As you can see, target 1, target 2, all the way to target 22. And I guess details, as I've mentioned here, people can be able to see them as and when you go through the slides that Secretariat will share with you. It's just show you full alignment. And I will emphasize target 15, where NBES promotes sustainable, production patterns and compliance with access and benefit sharing, but also at the same time also issues of sustainability standards and certification scheme. South Africa actually developed the first wildlife economy standard and certification scheme, and it was approved by the executives of the country. And we are currently busy piloting it with the industry and communities as we speak. Just to illustrate as I come to a close, that we have done a baseline study way back in 2018 through SANBI and partners, and it became clear that you have got a lot of opportunities in the biodiversity sector. If you look at the trajectory or at the targets that we are making towards 2036, which is a 10-year strategy, is that we want to move from 91,000 for ecotourism and add additional 33,000. Currently, we are producing about 59,000 tons or 59 million kg of game meat at the moment, and we want to add 69,000 through that sub-industry. Similarly with hunting, we are sustaining 95,000 jobs. Through hunting, we want to add another 35. On professional services, the same. Restoration of ecological services, we are at 38,000. We want to bring additional 64,000 jobs. Protecting biodiversity, your rangers, we want to add 15,000. Extractive use, we are very cautious. We are sitting at over 250,000, but we want to make sure that we minimize the extraction of those in the wild through a methodology that are like your, for instance, your mass cultivation and many other things. And lastly, the government has a target of 397,000 jobs in the next 10 years. Sorry, don't know how to make it look big. Sorry. Oh yes, thank you. Because I just skipped the second last slide, so at least you can see how we are demonstrating that. Okay. Can you go back to that second last slide? Yeah, because I can see it doesn't have the slide that I'm looking for, but it's fine. The slide I'm looking for, it is also showing you that you have got the alignment of the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy with the 7th administration, where you have got about 3 apex priority for the 7th administration, which is inclusive growth and job creation. Strategic priority number 2, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. And then number 3, a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Just to illustrate on this one, is that inclusive growth and job creation, we are adding 397 from our sector. But on reducing poverty, we are adding 100 million kilogram of game meat to the industry. But we are also encouraging promotion of regenerative agriculture to improve soil health, biodiversity, and water management, promoting the crop wild relatives to improve pests and disease resistance, mainstreaming the protein-rich traditional edible insects that are indicated, and implement inclusive and sustainable small-scale fisheries. And lastly, on a capable, ethical, and developmental state, we are empowering all spheres of government to be able to demonstrate this important. And this is the last slide, just to indicate that we have decided as a country to develop thorough, comprehensive feasibility studies. Those studies were completed just about a week ago. They are still in envelopes, but our wishes when we commissioned this thing about 12 months ago was that we want an investment of no less than $3.5 billion in the biodiversity sector, which is equivalent to about 52 billion. And then where we are going to be investing in capital assets like land, bulk infrastructure, and what have you. And then, of course, with government coming in as a partner, investing about 10% or more in that space, and with a return investment of about 10 to 15%, and implementation phase over a 5-year period, going to 10-year maximum, and then creating additional 130,000 permanent jobs with a tax revenue on annual basis of no less than 500 million, regional spending of no less than 3 billion, and community integration of about 30%. And lastly, a shareholding model where private sector should go nuclear and be able to invest 60%, be able to have a shareholder of 60%, government only taking about 40%, which we then allocate to communities as well as PDIs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matiba. I think you actually set the tone very well, taking into consideration the time allocated. You didn't go beyond your allocated time, and I trust the other guest speakers are going to follow suit. So let me then invite Dr. Suze Neyman, who's going to talk to us about Wildlife Economy Investment Index, a tool for measuring progress and reducing sovereign debt. So this presentation is not South African based. It's going to give you an overview of a regional situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Letitia. Does everyone want to quickly stand up and stretch for 2 seconds? Because you've all been sitting for a long time. I promise I won't use that in my time. But I just know I need to move a lot. And I saw Mr. Matiba starting to dance here on the stage as well. So great. Good. Okay, so yeah, this is a tool that we have developed at the African Leadership University, and I've been told that I can speak like a New Yorker, so I'm going to try and get through it all in quick time to get you to lunch. So the wildlife economy exists in many forms across the world, and I think that's a discussion that came up a lot during the G20 last year, was, a lot of non-African countries saying, we don't have a wildlife economy, and I'm like, well, in Australia, you've got eucalyptus and all these different plants, and in Canada, maple syrup, that's all wildlife economy. It's just, they don't call it that. And so to allow for effective monitoring, evaluation, and reporting assessment of value, we really need a common lexicon of terms. So you'll see I'll be talking now about the wildlife economy. Mr. Matiba was presenting on the biodiversity economy. There are slight differences, but largely in this context where we're talking about exactly the same thing. So just in terms of linkages to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, this presentation is largely focused on Target 19, so sustainable financing and mobilizing, and we've heard quite a lot about that this morning. So a question to you all, is Africa's wildlife economy underperforming or is it undermeasured? And I would suggest it's a bit of both. So there's a huge capacity for growth in it, but we're also undermeasuring it. And it came up in a presentation this morning, you can't manage what you don't measure and monitor. And we really do need to get better at that. So Africa, preaching to the converted here, but holds more than 25% of global biodiversity. Wildlife tourism earns major foreign exchange. Forest products support 800 million people, yet wildlife economy data is fragmented, undervalued, and often invisible in GDP. So it's really undermeasured, undervalued, underinvested, and often undermanaged. So why does this matter? You're all asking as you wait for lunch. Sovereign debt is really rising. There are massive pressures with sovereign debt across the world, and also particularly in Africa. There's increasing land use change, climate change impacts, growing demand for nature-positive investments. We heard from the session earlier today, there is this capital and people want to invest, and we've got the massive global biodiversity finance gap that needs to be filled. So Africa cannot conserve its way out of poverty, and nor can it develop its way out of ecological collapse. And I think what is key in that is that conservation and development must be aligned and must work together. They are not mutually exclusive. We have to have the two together, and that is the wildlife economy. So wildlife is not just about conservation, and when I talk about wildlife, I'm talking about fauna and flora, so not just big furry animals, but it is infrastructure for economic resilience. And I think we have to keep that in mind, that, you know, all of us who love conservation, it's not always, you know, not everyone loves conservation, but we need to frame it in this different framing. And so we, Mr. Matiba and Letitia and some people in the room were at our Business of Conservation conference 10 days ago in Nairobi, where we looked at changing the conservation narrative. And we have to change the way we talk about conservation. And it has to have this economic business understanding with it. So the wildlife economy is a cross-sector economic system dependent on functioning ecosystems, and that's key. That's where that conservation is aligning with the development. We have to have the conservation of resources for the economic system. So we have a massive invisible economy problem. So we have informal activity that's unrecorded. We have poor valuation of ecosystem services, limited supply chain data, which also came up quite a lot today, weak monitoring systems, and underestimation in national accounts, which I'm really excited that Rian is going to be presenting next, because this is about filling a lot of these gaps. So research drives legitimacy, and I'm very excited as a research director that it's come up quite a lot this morning at how important research is. Without strong research, policymakers don't prioritize things. Treasury undervalues it, investors don't understand the risk-return profiles, which came up a lot earlier, and regulations become reactive instead of strategic. They're not based on data-driven decision-making. So with strong research, you can have evidence-based policy and practice, credible investment cases, quantified socioeconomic benefits, and reduced misinformation, which is really a huge problem, especially in the wildlife economy space. So data is the currency of investment. With investors require reliable revenue data, risk assessments, regulatory certainty, market projections, and performance benchmarks. So without data, and yeah, I'm not going to go into this because I talked a lot about it earlier, you get a perceived risk increase, and then the cost of capital rises. And so we have to have this information. And so we developed this Wildlife Economy Investment Index because measurement enables monetization. So it's a composite index measuring wildlife economy performance across all 54 countries in Africa. It has 280 indicators we have two sub-indices. One looks at wildlife status, which is what is the asset base of the country in terms of fauna and flora, and how well is it managed. And then on the other side, it looks at the investment enabling environment of the country. Currently, the index is very skewed on the investment enabling environment side, with 220 of the indicators on that side. And that is because we used open access data and currently existing indicators. And we are busy revising that, and I'll come to the expert groups a little bit later. But essentially, we need to ensure we have more representation on the wildlife status side. So it's a transparent data-driven scoring framework, and it's comparable across countries and regions. So I'm going to briefly go through the results. So there are extensive reports, all open access, available on our website. And I just want to show you very briefly. The first edition was in 2023, and this is the full index. So South Africa came first, followed by Seychelles and Mauritius. And there you can see the skewing of the investment enabling environment, because Seychelles and Mauritius both very good for investment, but not necessarily wildlife status. So the green is the upper third, orange middle third, and then red is the lower third of countries. And then broken down into wildlife status sub-index, South Africa came first again, followed by Madagascar, and then Tanzania. And then in terms of the investment enabling environment sub-index, Mauritius came first, followed by Seychelles, and then Botswana. And then for the 2025 results, Seychelles was number one, followed by South Africa. And what happened here was, and I'll explain a little bit later, but the investment enabling environment indicators shifted more than the wildlife status. And so Seychelles just actually went up proportionally. South Africa didn't change, but and then Namibia actually went up a little bit as well from an investment point of view. So in the wildlife status sub-index, South Africa was still number one, with Madagascar, Tanzania, Namibia, and Zambia. And then in the investment enabling, this is where Seychelles really went up a lot, followed by Mauritius, Botswana, Ghana, and South Africa. So just to explain that for the statisticians in the room, we did a static indicator exposure. So essentially, only 31% of the indicators in the wildlife status sub-index changed. So you have this, consistency. So and it's likely to be like that, because biodiversity, as we've talked about, doesn't change fast. And the investment enabling environment, 25 56 of the 220 indicators were unchanged, so a lot of them changed. And that's why you have the 75% change in investment. So we have establishing these expert groups, and this is a call out to all of you, because we've realized that there aren't indicators available currently for a lot of what we want to measure. So we're going to have 3 groups, a wildlife status group. So what is the status of wildlife in the country in reality, and how is it managed? So one of our indicators is environmental agreements, multilateral environmental agreements. And obviously countries sign them, but they don't always implement them. And so we need to know, who's implementing. So we really need to know the actual reality. Also land tenure and rights, there might be a law there, but is it actually happening on the ground? Then an investment expert group, like asking people, would you invest? So for example, Togo is coming up quite high in our investment enabling environments, but if you speak to most investors, Togo is not top of their list. And so we really want to, again, those macro level World Bank indicators are not capturing reality a lot of the time. And then an analytics group to help with the structure and the analysis. So please reach out to me if you're interested in joining any of those groups. The criteria are that you need to be available for a minimum of 3 iterations, just because we need consistency in the expert groups, good regional knowledge, so it'll be a survey that you'll need to complete, and possibly 1 online meeting where if there are discrepancies in the scores where we need to just discuss and make sure everyone is aligned with what is coming out of the survey results, and willing to be acknowledged because we are an open access university, and then providing advice overall if you're interested. Then I just want to go onto the sovereign debt side very quickly. So I talked about this high debt burden, but it's also resulting in a lack of investment in conservation. We all know in this room, if a budget gets cut, it's almost always the Environment Ministry's budget that gets cut, and a lot of that is related to the high debt burden. So Africa's sovereign debt, fiscal pressure is really constraining conservation financing. So more than half of African people live in a country that spends more on interest on their sovereign debt than on education and health. Just let that sink in for a moment. So countries are spending more on debt interest payments than education and health. And climate vulnerability is obviously increasing fiscal stress, and there's limited space for biodiversity investment and a growing need, as we've heard, of alternative capital instruments. So wildlife is a sovereign asset, and I was very excited to hear the session earlier talking about that as well, and really driving that home. It's not a liability, and that language needs to change. We have all these large land areas, infrastructure. Biodiversity is a risk mitigation infrastructure as well, and as I mentioned, natural capital is underpriced. So our index that we have, the Wildlife Economy Investment Index, we are looking to develop an instrument, a financial instrument, essentially with performance-linked metrics, and we are currently looking at a sustainability-linked bond, but have not set on that specifically, but it'll essentially, for those finance people, have a coupon rate or yield linked to improvements in the index score. So essentially, we want to get the conservation conversation, that's a mouthful just before lunch after a long morning, up to the finance ministry and the president. So he is saying, we want to reduce our sovereign debt, but we need to invest in the wildlife economy and conservation in order to get reduced interest payments. So we are working with the Sustainable Finance Coalition, who many of you will know, to assess what is the right instrument. And essentially the structure of it would look like you would have National Treasury would be the issuer, it would be a linked bond with a 10 to 15 year tenure and reduced coupons if the index improves, and independent ecological and financial auditors. So there are 2 different models it could be. So as the index improves, the coupon reduces by basis points, or improved wildlife economy performance triggers concessional refinancing. A lot of big words for those non-finance people in the room, but I know the finance people are with it. And then why would investors care in this? Because it's not philanthropy, it's structured risk-adjusted investment. So it gives them ESG-aligned sovereign exposure, performance transparency via a credible index, diversification within emerging markets, nature-positive branding and reporting, and alignment with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets. And so really we talked about it earlier this morning, getting a new exciting instrument into the market. And we will be targeting high net worth individuals initially who are investing in conservation in Africa already. And that's why we're looking at bonds, because they're very familiar. It's the biggest capital market. So trying to find some instrument that they are familiar with that would support governments as well. And so why would governments care? It would give them fiscal flexibility and asset revaluation, potential coupon reduction. It will signal improved governance because a lot of those investment enabling environment indicators are related to governance. It will unlock blended finance, enhance sovereign credit perception, and integrate natural capital into fiscal architecture. So as they improve the index, reduce risk, improve credit narrative, which would then enable them to get more credit as needed. So just to end off, we are busy refining these indicators to make sure that it is a robust instrument with independent validation, engaging with Treasury, and sounding it with investors and what do they need from it to make sure they would want to invest, and then we'd have a structured issuance. So just Africa's wildlife is not ecological capital, it is a sovereign economic capital as well. And I think we need to get that if it's measured, governed, and structured correctly, it can strengthen balance sheets, not burden them. And at the moment, everyone talks about conservation being this burden, and it's not. So do we have a new sovereign asset class? Can biodiversity performance become a sovereign credit variable with wildlife as collateral for fiscal resilience? So leave that with you, and I hope that next time we meet, we'll all be talking about sovereign asset class and fiscal resilience. Thank you. Oh, sorry, the risk of inaction. Sorry, last one is without reform, capital shifts elsewhere because of the risk. Land conversion accelerates, illegal economies expand, biodiversity and the related ecosystem services decline, and economic opportunities and jobs are lost. And you heard Mr. Matiba talking about the opportunities and jobs, so we don't want to lose those. And I just imagine wildlife included in national accounts, bankable wildlife enterprises, blended finance models at scale, regional data platforms, high-capacity business of conservation workforce, and thriving rural economies. Let's all aim for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. I think we now have a better perspective of how Africa is performing, and also some insight of some innovative financial approaches that could be considered at a country level. So we are now moving on, and I think right now we need to now bring on our online guest, Mr. Rian Globa. He's going to talk to us about the natural capital accounting in South Africa and its vision in relation to biodiversity economy satellite account. I know yesterday SANBI did introduce some of the accounts during their presentation, but today Rian is going to dive deeper into this space, but putting more emphasis into the biodiversity economy satellite account, because we really need to have credible data to justify our contribution to the GDP of the country and job creation. Thank you. Over to you, Rian.
My apologies for not being there with you in person. It's due to circumstances beyond my own control. I'm speaking to you. I'm Rian Grobler. I'm the director responsible for environmental economic accounts at Stats SA. But I'm speaking to you sort of as the lead agency of a technical working group consisting of Stats SA, Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and SANBI. And like I said, I'll speak to sort of natural capital accounting in South Africa broadly. You can't speak without, biodiversity economy without speaking to a natural capital. And then, focus more specifically on the work that we are doing that is specifically focused on measuring the biodiversity economy in monetary terms. Okay, so why are we accounting for the environment? Why is natural capital accounting such a global movement that's gaining such momentum? It is a response to a global environmental crisis, just as what the system of national accounts was a response to a global economic crisis after the depression of the 1930s. We need to understand what's happening in our natural environment, and we need to know what is the implications for our economy and our society. Now, natural capital accounting is basic premises says that the environment is essential to both the economy and society, and we should recognize it as something that we should maintain and something that we should manage and something that we should measure. And its contribution should be better integrated into decision making. Now, internationally, our standard for accounting for the environment for natural capital is the System of Environmental Economic Accounts, the Central Framework, and the more recent Ecosystem Accounts. We're also busy currently updating and reviewing the System of Environmental Economic Accounts Central Framework. StatsSA is one of the co-chairs of the 4 task teams who's leading that internationally. Now, when we look at South Africa has a relatively long history of natural capital accounting going back to the 2000s. But you can see it's around from 2014 where we shifted our focus from central framework accounts more towards accounting for biodiversity, accounting for ecosystems and ecosystem services. And then, sort of looking forward, and for this session, we are currently working in partnership with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the South African National Biodiversity Institute in developing South Africa's first experimental biodiversity economy satellite account, and I'll speak to that in a bit more detail. Now, all the work that we do in natural capital accounting is done through the Natural Capital Accounting Coordination Unit, and we are fully guided by the implementation of South Africa's National Natural Capital Accounting Strategy, which was released by StatsSA in June 2021. Now, StatsSA, as DFFE, as SANBI, we have limited resources. None of us can respond to the natural capital account demands for the country all by ourselves. So natural capital accounting is led by StatsSA in South Africa, but we do so working in very close partnership with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, and the Department of Water and Sanitation. We do so by very clear roles and responsibilities, in that the South African National Biodiversity Institute is our lead and our compiler for all natural capital accounts relating to biodiversity, ecosystems, and ecosystem services as defined by the SIA ecosystem account. Now, StatsSA has launched a dedicated series to natural capital accounting called the StatsSA Natural Capital Series. We launched that in 2020 with the first land and terrestrial ecosystem accounts, followed by the accounts for protected areas and the accounts for strategic water source areas, sub-national water resource accounts, the experimental biodiversity-based tourism estimates, which I'll speak on a little bit more here after, and then more recently, the physical energy flow accounts for South Africa. Now, when we speak about biodiversity economy, measuring the biodiversity economy in monetary terms, we released the South Africa's first experimental biodiversity-based tourism estimates in 2024. It was compiled by StatsSA, but we worked in close partnership with the South African National Biodiversity Institute, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, our National Department of Tourism, and SA Tourism. And it provided for the first time an estimate of how much does biodiversity-based tourism and its associated expenditure contribute to tourism GDP and tourism employment, and South African GDP and South African employment. This was pioneering work. This was experimental work, which was very well received internationally. And also important to note that the results of our experimental biodiversity-based tourism estimates is now flowing directly into our experimental biodiversity economy satellite account as part of the biodiversity-based tourism subsector of South Africa's biodiversity economy. Now, when we say biodiversity-based tourism, what do we mean? There is no internationally agreed definition as to what biodiversity-based tourism is. But as the working group, we worked from the definition of what tourism is. There is an international definition for what is tourism from the UNWTO, and South Africa's tourism stats ascribe to that. We use the definition of biodiversity assets from the National Biodiversity Assessment. So basically, biodiversity-based tourism, as we define it and measurement, is it has to be a tourism trip with its associated expenditure, and that tourism trip has to happen within one or more of South Africa's natural ecosystems or with one or more of our indigenous species. Now, just as the tourism satellite account tells us how much does tourism contribute to the GDP of the country, to the employment of the country, what is the value of inbound, domestic, outbound tourism expenditure, just so our experimental biodiversity-based tourism estimates, which is centrally based on South Africa's tourism satellite account, now tells us what is the value of biodiversity-based tourism, direct gross value added in GDP, the number of people directly employed in the biodiversity-based tourism sector, and the value of biodiversity-based tourism inbound, domestic, and internal tourism expenditure. This is just some of the highlights of the report. You can see that in 2019, our biodiversity-based tourism expenditure was about 28 billion rand, which is about 13.5% of total tourism expenditure in the country. And this was mainly driven by domestic tourism and domestic tourists and their associated expenditure. Now, the work we're currently in development is developing South Africa's first experimental biodiversity economy satellite account. How much does South Africa's biodiversity directly contribute to the GDP and to the employment in the country? Now, once again, we are in sort of unfamiliar, uncharted territory. There is no internationally agreed definition as to what constitutes the biodiversity economy. As the technical working group, we're also very well aware that there are very different definitions in South Africa as well for what the biodiversity economy is. And, you know, the biodiversity economy is an emerging space. Now, for the development of our experimental biodiversity economy satellite account, we have adapted the definition from the biodiversity economy as proposed by the World Wildlife Fund for Nature. And fundamental to this definition is, you know, that it sets out that there's two broad categories of biodiversity-based economic activities. There's those activities that contribute directly to conservation, and it is those activities that directly depend on South Africa's biodiversity. And it's very important, you know, that you do not confuse the biodiversity economy with the green economy or the bioeconomy. These are all three different concepts. The green economy is a much broader concept. You know, it's often related to renewable energy and reducing waste and more sustainable business choices. And there isn't always necessarily a direct link to biodiversity. And the bioeconomy encompasses a much wider range of biological resources and processes used in various industries than those that are very specifically tied to South Africa's biodiversity. So we fully acknowledge that there's room for difference of opinion about what the biodiversity economy is. But for the development of the biodiversity economy satellite account, we are using the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy definition, because in the end, we want the satellite account to inform the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy. Now, like I said, given our definitions, you know, you have the two broad categories, you know, those economic activities that contribute to conserving biodiversity, and those economic activities that contribute to using biodiversity. And it's also very important that for the biodiversity economy, our focus is only on natural or semi-natural ecosystems and indigenous species. This is not Brazil's biodiversity economy satellite account. This is not China's biodiversity economy satellite account. This is how much of South Africa's economy and employment is directly dependent upon South Africa's biodiversity. Now, why did we go a satellite account route? Satellite accounts, you know, as the name say, they are satellite accounts to the national accounts of the country. So they allow for experimentation of new concepts and methodologies while staying fully embedded in a traditional set of national accounts. And Stats SA does have you know, years and years of experience of satellite accounts. The tourism satellite accounts maybe being the most well known. And we fully acknowledge that there are other ways to measure the biodiversity economy, but there are no standardized or regularly produced approaches. And, you know, we see the biodiversity economy satellite account as providing complementary accounts to the ecosystem and biodiversity accounts that we're already producing through the CR ecosystem accounting, the biophysical measurement of our biodiversity and species. But the base I will focus on ecosystem and species and the activities that falls within the system of national accounts production boundary. Now, we've gone through quite a process on this already. We had about 12 working sessions, scoping sessions. We have a core working group, but depending on the product of the industry we're dealing with, we called in various experts to this meeting, and thereafter DFFE provided a scoping workbook to Status A to start with the compilation of the experimental biodiversity economy satellite account. Sorry, I don't know what's going on here now. Let me just go back. Right. Now, just to also mention that, in scoping what does South Africa's biodiversity economy constitute, it wasn't yet so, sort of a willy-nilly, I feel that and I think that. We assessed each individual standard industrial classification code and each individual central product classification code in South Africa's annual supply and use tables, which is the core of the national accounts in the country. And we first, as a working group and as a broader engagement group, decided, is this product or this industry part of the biodiversity economy? If yes, what is the degree of this inclusion? Then rationale for its inclusion had to be provided. Then into which of those categories or subcategories of the biodiversity economy does it best fits? And then we also identified quite a lot of areas of research, to strengthen assumptions, numbers, etc. And for each of these, we always had to go back to our 7 guiding principles, meaning that to decide if an industry or a product is part of the biodiversity economy, we have to use the definition of the biodiversity economy, and we need to go back to it. When an activity is considered part of the biodiversity economy, no part of that activity can be excluded because it has a negative environmental impact. All economic activities that relate to indigenous species are included, and all economic activities that directly depend on natural ecosystems are included. The non-observed activities in the biodiversity is included, the informal, the illegal, etc., etc. Activities are included even when the proportion related to biodiversity is currently estimated to be negligible or not much. And then activities that may be considered to be part of the green economy more broadly, but that are not directly related to biodiversity were excluded. We worked in attributing the contribution of the biodiversity economy industry. It was based on earlier work done by SANBI on estimating biodiversity economy employment. So we worked in broad ranges, and as Status A, we did sort of warn our technical working group partners, that this is not the preferred way for us as satellite account compilers. And once we received the final scoping from SANBI and DFFE, and Status A started compiling the first experimental biodiversity economy satellite account, and we could go back to our partners to show them what the results of the scoping was. It was decided as a collective that we would need to go back to re-scoping, and that we would have to spend some more time on the identified biodiversity economy industries, and more specifically the biodiversity economy industry ratios. How much of the output of those identified industries forms part of South Africa's biodiversity economy and will be included in the biodiversity economy satellite account and will make a contribution to the contribution of the biodiversity economy to the GDP. Now, we were lucky to, through SANBI, also have some consultant capacity for this work, and a final draft of this work was provided to the technical working group members at the beginning of last year, 2020-25. And like I say, as a collective, we spent quite a lot of time on dealing with industry by industry biodiversity economy, identified industry by biodiversity economy, identified industry, providing the rationale for its inclusion, providing an estimate of how much of the output of that industry would form part of the biodiversity economy and the rationale for this. And we also then workshop this quite broadly through different stakeholder groupings. Now, Stats SA has already applied this new rescoping for the biodiversity economy tourism industry ratios to the biodiversity economy satellite account model. This last year, we spent a lot of time moving away from the economic contribution to the employment contribution with DFFE and SANBI. You know, they need to guide us there. What is it that DFFE and SANBI needs to report on in relation to biodiversity economy employment? You saw, for example, the DFFE presentation. There was employment numbers broken down by different sub-industries of the biodiversity economy and projections into the future, you know, and we would like the biodiversity economy satellite account to be used to inform the progress on reaching those employment targets. Unfortunately, like I say, really our biggest limitation is human resources. And when I say human resources, it's both Stats SA, SANBI and DFFE. My directorate only currently has 2 people in the directorate, and even fully staffed, we are 4. And, you know, in the natural capital accounting space, it's incredibly hectically busy, and we have a lot of demands coming at us from all sides. We're lucky again that we're in the process of unlocking some consultant capacity again for the next 9 months through DFFE that can give us another boost forward on our work on the employment. But what we are working towards is, in our current planning, is that we will release South Africa's first experimental biodiversity economy satellite account by latest November 2028. In our Stats SA Natural Capital series, we are already committed to releasing South Africa's first air emissions accounts November of this year, and then South Africa's updated water accounts in November 2027. So unless nothing changes and we can't get more people hired and get more resources, you know, that is our planning from Stats SA side, is that we will release South Africa's first experimental biodiversity economy satellite account by latest November 2028, but hopefully earlier than that. And I do have some more slides, but I think looking at the time, I want to end there and give back to Latitia. Thank you, Latitia.
Thank you very much, Rian, for all your efforts under the circumstances that you've just shared with this forum. We understand the extent of the challenges that you are going through. Let me now then invite our entities that are known for promoting conservation, but today they're going to share with you their business model. I will start with SANParks. Over to you, Dr. Hendricks.
Thank you, Letitia. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe, Rian, when you do the rescoping, maybe consider saving a portion of savings into that 2-pot, 3-pot system, whatever's going to turn out, so that we can dip into it and pay for conservation ultimately. But ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to talk about SANParks' contribution and the role that it plays in advancing the global biodiversity framework targets. And if these are the slides, go forward. There we go. I think what is important to for any entity, and I suppose any organization, please moderators, just stop me at any point in time if I exceeded my time. It's important to understand what is the framework, what is the framework tries to achieve, and then to be able to extrapolate that as to be relevant to the entity in itself. And one looks at the framework in itself, and you can see lots of the targets, etc. But there's one, if you analyze it very carefully, there's one very clear observation, and that observation is that the framework in itself is not only an environmental framework. It's also a framework of development, and it's also a framework of economic activity. And that's a very important point, because if that is indeed the case, it then pushes, the idea of biodiversity into away from this peripheral issue of core development, towards the fact that biodiversity is a platform for investment, it's a platform for development, and it's a platform for partnerships. So it's very important to make that distinction. And if one then makes that distinction, then it clearly suggests that biodiversity economy converts conservation into an opportunity. And then it's important to understand what does that opportunity means for an entity like SANParks. And the challenge then being posed to an organization like SANParks is to say, how does one then translate those objectives or imperatives into something meaningful that contributes to the implementation of those targets? And I want to share with you a bit of a short briefing journey in terms of how SANParks is translating those targets into practice. So this is not the slide. I can guarantee you it's starting at the end. Maybe if you can just start again, please. Next slide. Okay, this is not the slide presentation, I would imagine, because I needed to add slides. The DDG asked me to add some slides to it. But I will improvise. That's the challenge. So I think what is important and I make the case for biodiversity not just being a biodiversity for the sake of biodiversity, but I make the case for it being a platform for investment, for development. And if one then looks at where SANParks is, we're obviously managing 20 national parks, or 21 national parks, functional national parks, if you want to consider that. And it covers a span of more than 4 million hectares across the country. But what is important to note is that at any point in a day, about 12,000 people wakes up and they wake up and they go to work within a national park. And what that then means for an organization like SANParks, and remember, SANParks, land is a very important issue. SANParks' existence is because of land and the way we proclaim national parks. And if you're being very truly honest to yourself, is that SANParks and our national parks, and I suppose with protected areas generally speaking, we have a system where we often refer to it as an island in a sea of poverty, a sea of degradation, of a huge development presence around it. And the way we've established our national parks, we've obviously alienated people from our national parks. But here's the contradiction. The contradiction is that globally, we are well admired ecologically because we're managing our national parks very well. But immediately in the surrounding area, there's a lot of resentment, local resentment, when you ask local people, when you ask local communities, so you've got this contradiction of having, well-known ecologically, globally, and locally, there's a lot of resentment. And I want to introduce this mental somersault. I call it the mental somersault, which is Vision 2040. It's to do things differently. And that is what we call often Vision 2040. And Vision 2040 addresses this contradiction by proposing a repositioning of biodiversity, a structural repositioning of biodiversity in society. So it's not just managing our parks better, but it's managing it in a way that becomes relevant to the lives of people. And that's where the biodiversity economy comes in. So when one then looks at, SANBI's vision of how do you then reposition biodiversity so that it becomes relevant to the lives of people? And that is essentially where SANBI's, we know that there's a biodiversity target of 30 by 30. We know that we're expanding our national parks, and that's going to continue. But the point is, and this is where we're shifting our position, is to say that it cannot just be about park expansion. It cannot just be about protecting area expansion. It needs to be the expansion in conjunction with the fact that it needs to be relevant to the lives of people. And SANBI then went into a whole consultative process around Vision 2040, and it came up with a vision, and the slide presentation, you can share that with the colleagues as well. And it came up with a vision that essentially says that people live in harmony with nature. So for the next, 15, 16 years, we have developed a strategy that unpacks how to implement that vision. And if you understand the SANBI's business model, so obviously there are 3 pillars within our business, and that is our biodiversity conservation element, and very importantly, in another pillar is our socioeconomic development. And I want to emphasize the fact that, tourism is not just the development arm of conservation. It's very much integral component because that's what supports biodiversity ultimately. So our business model have these 3 pillars, and we obviously have this value proposition. We give guarantee, we secure, we give guarantee and security to the state in terms of biodiversity conservation through the management of our national parks. We also have a value proposition to our tourists through wildlife and the tourism experience, but then also we have a value proposition to local communities in terms of jobs and the economic benefits that comes with it. And our operating model is the fact that 80% of our funds are generated by ourselves through the tourism activity. 20% is funded by government. And that has a fundamental implication for how we're managing our business, because parks like Kruger National Park and Table Mountain, obviously those are profit national parks. And then we have other parks like Richtersveld and Makwa, who are biodiversity important parks, but they will never be able to become profit national parks. And there's this kind of cross-subsidization that takes place. And that's very important in understanding the business model, because it informs what are the financial sustainability of the organization. And we have 4 or 5 pillars in that particular area. But I'm going to demonstrate now in the next 3 slides what that really means from a practical point of view. So I needed to explain to you in the beginning, when understanding what the framework, global biodiversity framework wants to achieve, I needed to demonstrate what is the fine and nuanced interpretation of the framework. And if you then understand what that framework is, how do you then position your entity or your organization in such a way that it's being able to deliver? It moves away from the ordinary understanding of what biodiversity means from a national park point of view, from a conservation point of view, but to interpret it in a development point of view, which is a completely kind of mind shift, and that's what I mentioned, the mental somersault. So just to give you this example, so obviously there's an element that talks to the 30 by 30. So it's almost, I'd say, in a context of the last 100 years of SANBI, it's business as usual. This is about the expanding of our national parks. This is to make sure that our species of special concern continues to get the same conservation priority that is always received. So that component of biodiversity will obviously continue, but it does fundamentally provide the foundation for biodiversity economy, because if you're doing very well in that area, you then create, I often refer to surplus, a surplus domain, a domain where you're able to sustainably remove, whether it's land or whether it's animal numbers, it doesn't really matter. You're able to generate a biodiversity, you're able to create a biodiversity outcome that does not negatively impact on the integrity of that system, which is very important. And that's where, because you're doing very well in your natural capital, your biodiversity conservation, you then have a possibility, an option to leverage the biodiversity economy from there. It continues to then provide that investment platform, which does not, so if you create a concessionaire, just for an argument's sake, It's based on what is the minimum ecological standard and and on top of that, that you can optimize from a financial or revenue point of view. So it's very important for sandparks to be able to link to government imperatives, like, for example, your national development and green economy strategies, and to make sure that benefits in return to the business as usual component in meeting those targets. The next one is just to bring back, this idea of biodiversity-based tourism and concession models. Some people they ask me, so if you don't have communities, if you don't have an investment portfolio, what is the bankability of wildlife tourism? And that's something that struck in my head. So if you don't have, tourism, and if you don't have communities, how do you just rely on natural capital, on biodiversity, to make it a bankable investment ultimately? So sandparks, obviously, around about in 1980s, we started to do this concessionaires with a lot of kickbacks, from many parts of society. And eventually, this concession model demonstrated how private investment can support protected areas if it's done in the most responsible way. I indicated earlier around our revenue generation linked directly to conservation outcomes. Here we would have wanted to show you how we apply the blended finance and impact investment platforms. We have several of those as well, and I got my ticket. And then obviously transformation, local employment, skills development, to make sure that there's a benchmark in the level of services that you utilize from local communities or their surrounding areas. And this obviously speaks directly to target 5, 6, and 10 ultimately. And I suppose the last example, I just want to say that, look, you cannot manage protected areas in isolation what's around it. I mean, that's cut your throat, very clear. So therefore, biodiversity economy initiatives extend beyond park boundaries. It's not just in national parks, but it's beyond the boundaries, probably more the latter than anything else. And then Sandparks supports community-linked biodiversity enterprises. We have, at a strategic level, we know how many SMMEs, we know how many enterprises we want to establish every year, and we also know what do we want to establish for the next 15 years. It's being deliberate about it. And then equitable benefit sharing and stewardship. Stewardship is the new kid on the block, and that's how we're going to expand our conservation estate without alienating ownership to land. And the last point I want to make is that by partnering with communities in business, Sandparks ensures biodiversity benefits are shared, reinforcing conservation legitimacy. If you don't have social license, you have nothing. If you don't have the buy-in of the private sector, and if you don't have the buy-in of government, if you don't have the buy-in of local communities, you have nothing. And Chair, I think the only point that I want to make here, for the past 2 days, one single message came out for me. And that single message that came out was that in advancing the global biodiversity framework, it's not just a conservation imperative. I think that came out very clear, but it's a development opportunity. And that is where entities like Sandparks and many other conservation agencies are challenged to say, it's not business as usual. It is not the conservation imperative for the last years, but it's a development opportunity. And that's where the trick comes in, and that's where our contribution is going to come to advancing the global biodiversity framework targets. And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My anxiety has actually become a reality. But anyway, let's now invite Mr. Jabulani Ngubane to also share their business model, including community support at Isimangaliso. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Facilitator, Program Director. I speak on the standing protocol. I'll just briefly present on Isimangaliso. I know that Yellowstone started in 1872, but also in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, when King Shaka was still going up and down the hills of Zululand and came into power in 1816, he consolidated all the tribes that was around KwaZulu-Natal, which is today KwaZulu-Natal. But what was famous about him and the relation in terms of our rich historical context, when he lost his mother in 1827, Queen Nandi, he outlawed a number of issues like planting of crops, milking of cows, and even getting babies. If you were found having a baby or pregnant, you were put to rest with your husband. But what he did as a last straw was sending his regiments in a military operation, in an extensive military operation. When they come back, and then he immediately sent them back again. His half-brothers, Dingane and Umhlangano and Umkabai, decided that this guy now is dismantling this beautiful and famous Zulu kingdom, and they assassinated him in 1828. There was a Zulu customary law that when you are insila of a king or the aide of a king, the one who keeps the secret of the king, you get buried with your master. Jeqe Buthelezi understood that, and then he fled to the current land, which is the Smangaliso Wetland Park. When he gets there, he said, I saw miracles and wonders in the land of the Tongas, which informs and inspires our name, Isimangaliso. And when our democratic president visited us in 2002, Dr. Nelson Mandela, to reintroduce on a historic elephant reintroduction in our park, he said the wetland park must be the only place on the globe where the oldest land mammal, which is a rhinoceros, and the biggest land mammal or terrestrial mammal, which is an elephant, share an ecosystem with the oldest fish in the world, which is a coelacanth, and the biggest marine mammal, which is the whale. In terms of Isimangaliso, you will know that we start just on the north of Richards Bay, and then about plus or minus 200 kilometers to the border of Mozambique, which is here. And in terms of our size, we're just above 1.4 million hectares. I will just zoom into practical issues. My colleagues, I think they've covered a lot, but maybe just to go through quickly here. As a World Heritage site, and then under the Convention of UNESCO, we have got certain responsibilities as a park to safeguard our outstanding universal values. And you will know that there are 10 criteria to become a World Heritage Site. Isimangaliso strike 3 out of 10, but you need 1 to become a World Heritage Site. One of it is exceptional natural beauty, ecological and biological processes, as well as diversity of our biodiversity. I was born and bred in Isimangaliso, but each and every time when the sun rises in that park, I wake up with jubilation and looking forward to contribute in conservation, because that was echoed by almost 200 global nations in the world when they've agreed in one voice that Isimangaliso is one of the superlative natural phenomena in terms of beauty, and agreed to inscribe it as a first South African World Heritage Site. We also have periodic reporting to UNESCO. One of it is conservation status of the site, but secondly, we also report on management effectiveness of the park, as well as threat to the UOV. One of it, I've just put one example. We do restoration in terms of removal of alien plants in our park, so that it doesn't degrade the biodiversity value of our park. Also, what we do, or in our park, we've got 4 Ramsar sites, wetlands of international significance in our park. This is one of the biggest fresh lake in Southern Africa, which is Lake Sibaya. That's where I was born. But also we do rehabilitation of the wetlands. You remember in terms of the 30 targets, Ismangaliso engaged in terms of the expansion program, and we consolidated land that was formerly a plantation and incorporated that land into a park. So in those areas, there were roads that are not necessary, but there was also a quarry inside the park. We rehabilitated that. The picture below here, it shows restoration from this level to this level. And the work was still being done here. So we're doing all those things just to make sure we protect our World Heritage status. If we can go to the next slide. Your thinking here is jamming. Thank you very much. In terms of our communities, we have 12 traditional authorities around the park, which we work hand in hand with them. My colleague have mentioned the social contract. We understand that you cannot do conservation in isolation in 2026. But out of that, we've got 14 land claims, of which 9 of them are settled and 5 still need to be settled. Ismangaliso, if you look at its geographical point, we've got 2 district municipalities, which is Mkanyagute and King Cetshwayo, and then we've got 5 local municipalities. Next slide. How serious we are with our communities, we have a dedicated unit that where each and every day their job is to make sure they resolve the issues in the communities. But not only that, to make sure communities have tangible benefits from conservation. So we have categorized it in a stakeholder management, and then SMMEs, development and business incubation, where communities are incubated and transfer of skills and start their businesses that are linked to the park. We also have an environmental education and awareness program, as well as capacity building, training skills. If you go to the executive suite in Moses Mabhida, it was done by one of our guys from the capacity building, training skills and development. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of the support of our communities. We have supported more than 412 on the higher education in universities. Before, we used to give them bursaries, but now, because they've got bursaries from NSFAS, so we come up with the computers and make sure they are, because they come from rural areas, they climatize easily and crack it on the first year. We also do the skills development, over 12,000. We also allow communities to come and enjoy the park. We have allowed 482,000 communities in the last 5 years. We also share over 10 million rand worth of revenue. We also allow school visit to the park free of charge. And we also developed more than 500 SMMEs. Okay, on the next slide, I'm just talking about the product offering in the park. We have a bird watching, deep sea charter fishing, estuary, in terms of you enjoy your estuary in terms of your boat cruise, but we also have game drives, trails, horse riding, kayaking, scuba diving, turtle tours, and whale watching. So there is in all activities for the family to come and enjoy in Ismangaliso, and we have a diverse accommodation inside the park. This is same thing with Sun Parks. We're also doing commercialization. We've got 32 envelopes inside the park from your restaurant, retail, resort, upmarket, exclusive, and so forth. I've just put one example for you, which is Cape Vidal, where we're looking for 202 investment as a minimum from the private sector. There's consortiums here and organizations in the SADC and international. We have registered 24 people who are interested to invest in Cape Vidal because it has got that mixture of the bush and the beach experience at once. 1 minute you can see the whale, the next thing you can see a black rhino. Next slide. If you can play that video, it's a short video just to show you what is happening if you come to Ismangaliso and visit the park. Play it, please.
An experience like no other, and nothing short of spectacular. From June till November each year, the humpback whales visit the shores of Isimangaliso in all their splendor, journeying all the way from Antarctica around Mapelane into these pristine waters, breaching, waving, and often with calves by their side. Offered in St. Lucia and Sodwana, a truly mesmerizing experience.
Thank you very much. I now need to be guided by the program director if we still have time for engagement. And I know my other guest speakers are under pressure. Totlock, they must be driving to the airport. Shall we? Okay, only one question. Who wants to go first? Okay. Okay, over to you, sir. And please indicate who you are directing your question to in terms of the speakers.
Yes, my question is regarding the...
Could you also please introduce yourself?
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Marinus Dupriya. And there's no... Okay. I'm Marinus Dupriya. I'm an ecologist conducting with and territorial studies. Yes, my question is regarding the Isimangaliso systems and your different tourism attractions, because what I've observed is that certain sections get lots of economic growth, while others is more or less neglected. What I've seen is incredible increase in Banga Neck and Cape Vidal, while Sotwana facilities was neglected to a bigger extent. So what determines where economic growth is injected in, and which sections should increase in economic growth?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dupriya, for your question. That's one of the reasons why we have recognized that Isimangaliso is a sleeping giant. And that's one of the reasons why we've formulated a commercialization strategy to commercialize those areas and give it to the captain of the industry to manage it. From government side, you know, the government purse is shrinking, so you might not have a capital project or money to do the refurbishment and renovation. As we speak, we've already advertised those areas. I was told yesterday 2 of them have been appointed. So we want to change the game by getting big companies. There's big companies on our side. I'm not going to mention names, but we, like for instance, in the one in Panganek is a community project. It's not belongs to us. It's just a community project that was funded by the Department of Ipieca as well as Isimangaliso, so that communities can own camps and have a tangible benefit. To just give them guidance. But we are correct, in Sodwana, we have dilapidated infrastructure. Hence, we come up with a commercialization strategy, so that for the next 10 years, we change it and revolutionize tourism in Isimangaliso. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates. If you wish to engage further with us, I think we can do that during lunch time. I think I'll still be around with some of the members just to clarify some of the questions that you might be having. This is a sector that carries a lot of opportunities. We have bankable investment opportunity documented in this sector. So I am inviting investors in attendance just to, engage with us further in this sector. that is nature positive. I think that we can all agree. On that note, I'd like to thank my esteemed guest speakers, also thank the organizers of this forum for giving us an opportunity to actually profile the work that we are doing. And I want to believe that going forward, there is more that we'll be able to share with the support that we are going to receive from all of you. And shout out to the interns, DFFE interns, shout out. So they just came specifically for this session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lactatia, and thank you to all our speakers again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very late for lunch. I am also going to be very unpopular and just ask if we can be back at 2:15 for the closing session. We will have some important closing statements coming both from DFFE, from the Deputy Director General, from Ntakazeni, and also from the UNCBD. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're just waiting for a few last people here in the room, those online, just to find their seats. If you will just give me a few extra moments. I want to thank you all for, this has been a real marathon day and a half, actually, almost 2 days so far. I think we've had some quite intense and very varied discussion across the sessions, across multiple sectors. And it's going to be quite an interesting task to sum up, which luckily I am not being tasked to do that. That is once again my colleague Ntakazeni, who will be summing up this afternoon, with us yesterday and today's outcomes and a reflection on the entire regional business and biodiversity forum. Once again, on behalf of the conveners, I just want to also extend our gratitude to our sponsors, to the Nature Conservancy, Ipieca, and the IUCN, who, as I said, made this possible. And a special big thanks to SANBI as well, Chief Executive Officer, I don't know if you are still in the room, but for making this venue available. It was incredibly valuable to have it in this space and to have it in a very important green lung in our city, and that we are able to reflect on the green space that we're around. And this is one of the reasons that we are gathered. This is the reason we are actually gathered today, and let's not lose sight of that. And that's it. I'm going to hand over to Ntaka. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and to the program director, distinguished delegates, and colleagues and partners. Thank you so much for your resilience. It's quite good to see people still in the room after lunch. Colleagues, as we come to the close of the Regional Business and Biodiversity Forum, it is useful to also pause and reflect on what were the collective discussion, what did we learn, what did we resonate with for the past 2 days. This forum was convened at an important moment for the region as countries and businesses move from commitments to the implementation of their national biodiversity strategies and action plans, as they translate their Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework into actionable activities. Across the discussion, one message has emerged consistently, which is nature is not only an environment issue, it is a development, economic, and investment issues. The conversation over the past 2 days have therefore focused on how governments, business, financial institutions, and knowledge partners can work together to integrate biodiversity considerations into economic decision-making across key sectors. Colleagues, allow me to briefly highlight some of the key reflections and emerging outcomes from the forum, and I will summarize it in 5 key points. The first one was that biodiversity mainstreaming must move beyond compliance, and colleagues, you will agree with me, across all the sectors that were represented at this meeting, including mining, energy, infrastructure, agriculture, forestry, biodiversity economy. Participant highlighted that biodiversity integration must move beyond compliance and environmental mitigation. Instead, biodiversity considerations needs to be embedded within corporate strategies, operational decision-making, supply chains and value chains, infrastructure and land use planning, and long-term economic development strategy. Several speakers also emphasized that biodiversity should not be treated as a standalone environmental issue, but rather as a strategic business consideration that reduces risk and also unlock opportunities. This has made this forum to reflect that on the growing recognitions that all business depends on biodiversity and all business impact biodiversity. The second aspect was data, science, and credible information are quite essential. Among the strong thread across the forum was the importance of credible data and scientific knowledge to inform decision, and the discussions highlighted the importance of credible biodiversity and ecosystem data, supported by spatial planning tools, development of environmental guidelines and standards, the role of natural capital accounting into economic decision, and also sector-specific risk screening tools. In particular, we heard that data is the currency of investment. Without credible data and measurement systems, it becomes so difficult to demonstrate the economic values of biodiversity or attract long-term investment. The work being undertaken in natural capital accounting in South Africa, led by Statistics South Africa in collaboration with partners such as SANBI, DFFE, also provide an important foundation for linking biodiversity to economic planning and national account. The third element was also sector experience, also showed that biodiversity integration is already happening. We are really doing well when it comes to mainstreaming biodiversity into different sectors. This was demonstrated through the forum as it highlighted several practical examples on how biodiversity is already being integrated across sectors. In the agriculture and forestry sector discussion also highlighted increasing market pressure for biodiversity-friendly production systems, the role of certification systems, and I'm looking at my colleague Lacticia, and environmental management guidelines to support with the development of the biodiversity-friendly production, and the importance of partnerships between businesses, NGOs, and research institutions is very critical. The speakers also highlighted that biodiversity science often originate within the public sector and academia, highlighting the strong importance of collaboration between government, science institution, and the private sector. We also had that growing role of nature-based solution, particularly in agriculture, where ecosystem services such as soil health, water regulation, pollination are directly linked to the production system. At a global level, we also, FAO shared some insight that biodiversity-friendly practices are increasing globally, supported by knowledge platforms, guidance tools, and policy frameworks that are aligned with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The fourth key element of this forum was focusing on mobilizing finance for biodiversity, and that remains a critical challenge. We have heard about the finance gap that is growing and is practical within the developing countries. Another major theme was the challenge on mobilizing finance at scale to support with biodiversity action. The panelists highlighted that traditional financing instruments are often not well suited to biodiversity investment because of the nature of biodiversity projects. They have longer time horizon, they involve on ecological uncertainties, and often generate benefits that are not easily monetized. At the same time, there was also an encouraging messages. There is no such shortage of capital, but there is a shortage of bankable biodiversity projects, and this calls on reforming our approach and our thinking when we are developing projects. We also are made to understand that development finance institutions such as the DBSA, they have a good role, which is conveners that can help bring together governments, investors, civil society organization, indigenous people and local communities, and other role players to the table to support with the development of viable investment opportunity. The panel also explored financing instruments such as biodiversity, the utilization of biodiversity offsets, the green and the blue bonds, impact bonds, and debt for nature swaps, and sustainably linking them as financial instruments. And that also made us to think as the biodiversity financing team for the country in the sideline of the meeting that we need a conversation to unpack and identify more sustainable finance solutions that can support the country and other countries in the implementation of our biodiversity finance plan. We also get to understand that these mechanisms, the sustainable finance solutions, can highlights the growing interest for capital markets in nature-related investment opportunities, provided that appropriate standard data enabling and policy environment are in place in the country. The last element, and a very interesting segment of this forum, was looking or translating Target 9 into practicality that is focusing on biodiversity economy initiative, present a major opportunity for Africa. Through this forum, we were able to highlight the importance and the role of biodiversity economy as a pathway for aligning conservation with development outcomes. And the South African National Biodiversity Economy Strategy highlighted is a key policy instrument that is also aiming at unlocking economic opportunities that are linked to biodiversity, including through ecotourism, wildlife economy initiatives, and biodiversity-based enterprise and sustainable use of natural resources. Under this panel discussion, speakers also emphasized that Africa holds a significant share of the world biodiversity, presenting a unique opportunity for the continent to position itself biodiversity as an economic asset. However, several participants also noted that biodiversity economy often remains an invisible economy due to limited data and measurable systems. And then tools such as natural capital accounting and biodiversity economy satellite account therefore plays an important role in making those contributions visible within the national economic statistics. Having said that, one of the key outtake was of this forum was that collaboration is very essential to drive systematic change. Perhaps most of the consistent message across the forum was the importance of collaboration. Mainstreaming biodiversity requires cooperation across government, business, financial institution, research institution, IPLCs, and the civil society at large. And we also got to understand through the recent biodiversity, business and biodiversity assessment of the EBAS, reinforced this message by highlighting that nature is business critical, momentum on nature action is growing, and systematic changes require collective efforts across all actors. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude with key messages that are emerging from this forum, and which is nature is business critical. Biodiversity mainstreaming must move beyond compliance and towards strategic integration. We need credible data. Measurement systems are also essential to inform decision and attract investment. Innovative finance solutions or mechanisms are required to mobilize resources from all sources. And then biodiversity economy does represent a major opportunity for Africa. And most importantly, achieving the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity requires a collective action. And as we look forward, as a way forward, and what we are taking out from this work forum is that we need to strengthen collaboration between government and private sector. We also need to improve access to biodiversity data and decision-making tools. We need to develop bankable biodiversity investment opportunity, scaling innovative finance mechanism, and strengthening regional knowledge exchange and cooperation with other national focal points. With that, I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Thank you, Ntakazeni. I am now going to call on Bianca Brazil, who is joining us from Montreal, Canada. Bianca is the Program Manager for Biodiversity Mainstreaming at the Secretariat of the Convention of Biological Diversity. And Bianca, we are very grateful to have you joining us here, and we'd love to hear from you the next steps and the linkages with COP17, the road to Armenia, and the CBD processes that we can all look forward to taking part in. Thank you, Bianca.
Thank you very much, Brad, and thank you all for having me. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the DFFE, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, and the Endangered Wildlife Trust for organizing with us this regional Business and Biodiversity Forum. I would like to also acknowledge and thank for the contribution provided by IUCN, the Nature Conservancy, and Ipieca, which made this important meeting possible. So over recent years, we have seen a significant shift in the level of interest and engagement from the business and financial sector in biodiversity. This reflects not only growing awareness, but also increasing recognition that biodiversity loss presents material risks to supply chains, investments, and long-term economic stability. One clear indication of this shift is the dramatic rise in participation at CBD COPs. Since COP14 in Egypt in 2018, the number of businesses and finance representatives has increased more than tenfold during our COPs. The growing presence shows that biodiversity is no longer a peripheral issue, but one that is central to economic resilience and business continuity. At the same time, we've seen that there's been a rapid proliferation of initiatives, frameworks, and guidance to support businesses' engagement on biodiversity. This is both welcome and necessary, and it needs to continue, of course, as it helps companies better understand and manage their impacts and dependencies in nature. However, it is important to recognize that concrete action on the ground is not yet keeping pace. While awareness and capacity have increased, efforts to reduce negative impacts and scale up positive contributions remain insufficient. This points to a clear priority: moving from frameworks to implementation at scale, ensuring that these tools translate into measurable changes in business practices and outcomes for nature. As we consider progress under the Global Biodiversity Framework, special attention will be given to Target 15. We heard many examples and some of the tools here today during these 2 days, but yet the target should not be seen as a reporting requirement. It is rather a tool for better decision-making and better outcomes. So by monitoring, assessing, and disclosing the relationship with biodiversity, businesses and financial institutions can better understand risks and opportunities. But the real transformational value of Target 15 lies beyond transparency. It lies in using the information to drive change. to reduce negative impacts and scale up positive contributions. This is what will enable businesses to move from awareness to action, and that will ultimately allow us to achieve the 2030 ambition of halting and reversing biodiversity loss. Integrating Target 15 into broader efforts to mainstream biodiversity across sectors will be critical. As highlighted in the IBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment that Antaka so kindly also referred to just now, all businesses have the potential to become positive agents of change. This is why forums like this are so critical. They provide a platform for dialogue, for learning, helping to bridge the gap between global goals and practical implementation. This is very relevant for sectors such as mining, energy, transportation, infrastructure, agriculture, forestry, and many other sectors actually, especially in Africa and the SADC region, where economic importance and biodiversity impacts are closely intertwined. At the same time, we must recognize that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Each company will integrate biodiversity differently, depending on its sectors and context. What matters is that biodiversity becomes part of a core business strategy and decision-making process. We are not starting from zero. As the IBES assessment highlights, methods and data already exist to support measurement and action, while also recognizing that different sectors require different approaches and some of these tools need to be perfected. Looking ahead, our collective effort will soon be evaluated at the global level through the Global Review. At CBD COP17, to be held in Yerevan, Armenia, from the 19th to the 30th of October, it will mark the first global review of progress since the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework. In this context, the CBD Secretariat will convene a business and biodiversity forum, providing an important opportunity to rally the business community around a shared objective: how to scale up action and accelerate implementation to meet our targets and goals. Beyond this, COP17 will offer many opportunities for exchange and learning, including dialogues in the action zone dedicated to business and financial sectors, the Finance Day, the Citizen Subnational Government Summit, and much more. Businesses have a critical role to play in this next phase. We now need to see tangible action on the ground, real changes in how companies operate, invest, and manage their impacts and nature. I hope that this forum inspired everyone exactly for that: stronger partnerships, clear understanding, and above all, greater ambition translated into real action. And I hope to see many of you in Yerevan in October. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Bianca. Before I call on the Deputy Director General to close, I just want to make a note quickly. We have got on the program peer learning dialogues amongst government following this session. Unfortunately, we will be taking that offline and it's going to be following. We just unfortunately run into some technical issues where some of the participants are unavailable at this stage. But I just want to also reiterate, we do have most of your email addresses, and we are going to be continuing this conversation with your consent. We will be reaching out and sharing recordings from this session and other material as we gather it and make sense of it better. We do already have some sense of it, but at least allowing for this dialogue to continue. I don't see this as the end of this forum. And with that, it is my great pleasure to welcome Deputy Director General Flora Mokolala onto the stage to close the forum. I hope did I mess that up a bit? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. At least it's not Russian, eh? I don't know if it was Russian, what were you going to do? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I was saying to my colleague earlier on that I've got 4 bosses. I've got, in the workplace, by the way. So I've got the Minister, Minister Okam. I've got Deputy Minister Singh. I've got Deputy Minister Swartz, and I've got the Director General. Those are my 4 bosses. So I'm sitting in one meeting with the Minister, and the one Deputy Minister calls. As I'm sending the one Deputy Minister to say I'm in a meeting with the Minister, the other Deputy Minister also calls. And I'm like, no, I'm still in a meeting with the Minister. And then on the other hand, DG also is demanding other things. But that is the nature of our life in the public service. For those that think that in the public service we have it easy, it's not easy. We work in a very complex, multi-stakeholder, content, complex environment. In the room, you also have the three entities that the branch Biodiversity and Conservation is responsible for. So South African National Parks, which is responsible for the mandate on the national parks, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, for whom we are using their venue, our premier scientific organization that provides us with the evidence base on policy. And then you also have Ismangali's Wetland Park Authority, which is not only a World Heritage Site, it also has marine protected area. It also has a Ramsar site. So I'm just trying to give you this picture in terms of what in the biodiversity sector we are confronted with from a policy and legislative perspective. But we have spent the last 2 days interrogating and deliberating on the role of business, or the interface of business and biodiversity. And I need to indicate that for me, it has been a great eye-opener, notwithstanding the fact that I was in and out of the sessions. And I think that in the last 2 days, we've really been able to interrogate and to liberate and to learn and to share about the interface between business and biodiversity. I need to mention that one of the things that we deliberately do in the branch, Biodiversity and Conservation, is to expose our intents. And I'm going to request that they stand up. My intents, that some of them are only met yesterday. Can you please stand up? I want them to be seen. Because, you know, when you are in an internship, you're only there for 2 days, 2 years at most. Some of them are work integrated learning program. They are finishing their 6-month learnership end of March. Others have been with us for 2 years. But let me tell you about the interns in Biodiversity and Conservation branch. When they leave the branch, they are ready for permanent placement. I can guarantee you that. And I just brought them here so that they can listen in and learn, but also to interface with some of the concepts that we are dealing with in respect of business and biodiversity. Thank you very much. And I trust that you have been able to learn a lot. They were only able to join us today. Yesterday when I rushed out, I needed to meet with them because I had not met with them. So today I insisted that they needed to be here with us, and I'm happy that we have quite a lot of them here. So those were only my opening remarks. Can I get back to the business of what I need to be saying here? So, Program Director, let me write on the protocol that we have observed in the last day and a half. As we come to the close of this important Business and Biodiversity Forum, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to all the participants, physically here and online, and the partners who have contributed to the richness of our discussions over the past 2 days. When we began our discussions yesterday, we were all encouraged to constructively collaborate openly and anchor our contributions on the urgent need for practical and scalable action as we endeavored to use this forum to build solutions that protect our biodiversity, strengthen our economy, improve the lives of our people, and pursue shared value. Indeed, this has been fulfilled. We began this forum with a strong call to action, emphasize the leadership of the partners that have arranged this event, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, the Endangered Wildlife Trust, and the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. It was very clear from the onset that business is no longer peripheral, but central to achieving our biodiversity goals. Our deliberations have reaffirmed the importance of a coherent and enabling policy environment. The government policy context session highlighted progress South Africa is making in aligning biodiversity priorities with economic development, innovation, and sustainable use, as this alignment is critical if we are to effectively mainstream biodiversity across all sectors of the economy. Through the panel discussions, we learned how business is already contributing to biodiversity and underscored the need for a community of practice on the interface of business and biodiversity. A key theme that emerged strongly is that whilst disclosures and reporting are critical, we need to move beyond that and drive transformation through transparency, accountability, collaboration, and cooperation in order to mainstream biodiversity across value chains. We were reminded of Target 15 of the Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework, that business must not only assess and disclose their impacts on biodiversity, but also actively reduce impacts and achieve enhanced positive contributions. Allow me, colleagues, to acknowledge and express my appreciation to the fruitful engagements during the sector-focused discussions. The sessions provided valuable practical insights, showcased real-world examples, and proposed clear pathways. I was quite intrigued by the presentation by Mondi, I think it was, because I was looking at Monty and I'm like, we've got a 30 by 30 target, and I think Monty can give us about 2%. So we are going to pursue Monty to give us that 2% so that we can meet the 30 by 30 target. During the mining sector discussions, we saw how tools, rehabilitation practices, and partnerships are being leveraged to mitigate impacts and support ecosystem restoration. This is a critical contribution to Target 2 of the GBF. The energy sector discussion highlighted the balance between development and environmental stewardship, with growing emphasis on sustainable energy transitions that are nature positive. The transport and infrastructure sector discussion demonstrated the importance of planning, ecological sensitivity, and cross-sector collaboration in minimizing fragmentation and biodiversity loss. During the agriculture and forestry sectors, we were reminded that while these sectors are the main contributors of food security, they are in turn both dependent on biodiversity, and that sustainable practices are essential for their long-term resilience. I need to pause here and share with you that last night, in actual fact, we were summoned to the Human Rights Commission hearings on agri-food systems, and one of the presentations that we received there yesterday was about the use of chemicals, agrochemicals, and how they impact on biodiversity and how they impact on the food value chain. Also, I'll invite you to follow the discussions online because those hearings are actually ongoing as we speak. So equally important were the discussions on innovative financial mechanisms. And it is clear that achieving our biodiversity target will require significant investments and mechanisms such as biodiversity credits, which we are learning as a country about what are these biodiversity credits. The offset banks is a mechanism that we have moved and advanced as a country in respect of setting up a facility for offsets. And expenditure taking present promising opportunities to mobilize resources at scale. We were also privileged to receive an update on the landmark IBES business and biodiversity assessment from Amre. I don't see her in the room. Has she left? I was looking forward to meet her because I missed her at the last session. But the assessment itself further strengthens the scientific and economic case for urgent action. I think she talked about 21 actions that business can engage in respect of biodiversity and how we need to incorporate this across the value chain. And it also provided guidance to businesses on integrating biodiversity into decision-making processes. Furthermore, the session on advancing the biodiversity economy highlighted the immense potential for job creation and sustainable use through strategic partnerships between government and the private sector, while immensely contributing to wildlife conservation. And when we say wildlife here, it's both fauna and flora. Don't think about animals also. And flora is not me, it's the other flora. So we should proudly advocate for South Africa's rich natural capital. And biodiversity is a critical component of that. It is not only an environmental asset, but a key driver to socio-economic development. As we look ahead to the road to Armenia and future global engagements, including the continued implementation of the GBF, it is evident that collaboration will be our greatest strength. The peer learning dialogue among government that we are going to have this afternoon hopefully will provide a base for us to share experiences, to share partnership, to strengthen partnerships, and support one another in integrating biodiversity international planning instruments such as the NBSUP. As the government undertake the final step towards concluding the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to all who have been able to be here physically and online. And also we look forward to your continued collaboration. We remain committed to advancing this journey in partnership with you. I need to pause because we received exciting news this morning that South Africa will be hosting the International Day of Biological Diversity on the 22nd of May. And there will be some associated activities to that. And I'm sure at an opportune time, you will be receiving invitations for that. In the next few weeks also, we will be further finalizing our stakeholder consultation on the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan also. And I'm sure that you are going to form part of those consultations as we finalize the NBSUP for submission before COP17. So we therefore commit to sustained engagement as we also prepare for COP17, utilizing all the available platforms to support effective articulation and negotiation of South Africa's priorities and aspirations. So what we've heard from this forum, the key message is that biodiversity is everyone's business. The private sector has both a responsibility and opportunity to lead. Partnerships between government, business, and society are essential. And most importantly, is that action cannot be delayed. We saw it from the IPES assessment report. It said business can act now. It doesn't say in the future, it's now we can act. So let's leave this forum with renewed commitment to move from dialogue to implementation, from ambition to measurable impact. I always say to South African stakeholders when we go globally, especially we discuss biodiversity-related issues, we need to guard jealously and retain South Africa's conservation leadership because we are a mega diverse country. And that is one thing that collectively we need to advance, especially when we are representing the country outside. But it's also the same message that we need to echo it much more louder here at home, that this country is beautiful. This country is rich in biodiversity, and it's something that we need to guard jealously. So in conclusion, on behalf of the South African government, I thank you all for your participation, for your insights, and your dedication to advancing the business of biodiversity agenda. And let me take the opportunity to wish you all safe travels for those that will be hitting the road, and we look forward to continued collaboration. And goodbye to those online also. Thank you very much.
With that, with the final word from the DDG, I officially announce this closed. Thank you all for joining.